Woo, let's get this show on the road as soon as I refill my water, actually. So a little bit longer. We'll be starting very soon. All right, now we're ready. Well, bam. I live in the flesh, in the tailed flesh. That is my body. My body is tailed. I must will it into existence. Howdy and hello. So, welcome to the finale of Case 2 and Case 3. So what's gonna happen here, chat? Let's give a quick little refresher maybe for Case 2. And what's going on here? Well, we don't know what's going on here. A lot has happened. A lot. So, let's dive in. We are investigating the murder of Bronco Knight. Our client is Simeon Saint, who is being accused of the murder. Ooh, that's a good one, Phoenix. A griffin tail. Pretty attractive. Alright, anyway. During our investigation, we've determined that there was a small compartment in the chess set, and that something attacked Bronco Knight in the holding cells. Right now, we're trying to figure out how did Bronco Knight get from the holding cells into the jail cell. Yeah, JP, I'm gonna ping when we get to the third. Don't you worry. But you might want to skim through the second a little bit because this game is very linear in terms of storytelling. The cases themselves are pretty self-contained, but there are some things that pop up that are among all the cases. So it'd be a good idea for you to have a basic outline when approaching Case 3. But for the most part, you'll still be able to enjoy it if you watch it live. And then you can catch up, and we'll be doing this again tomorrow. So right now we have our little dog friend Missile, who's trying to investigate using his nose to try and find out how the body could have moved into the prison. And he led us to the cell of that boxing guy. So now we're investigating the cell of the boxing guy to try and find anything that could be inside of it. The boxing guy with the polar bear. Are we all on the same page now? Would have been nice to finish this yesterday, but I was too tired. So we're doing it this morning. Afternoon. It is afternoon, right? Hi, Doling. Thank you for your lurk. So, let's get to investigating. Everybody make sure the app still works. The evidence should all be there. If it's not there, let me know. And we should be good to go. You guys ready to play? Let's do it. Let's start investigating. This punching bag is certainly seen. What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer? Woof, woof, woof. No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective. Move the sandbag aside. Yes, sir. A hole! Could this be? Uh-oh. Jailbreak. Chat, do we have a jailbreak on our hands? Woof, 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 woof. Whoa there, wait, Missile! I'm going in too. Wait, stop. Sir, I'll go get her. Ugh, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Edgeworth. He's just like, nah, knock yourselves out. I'm not going in the hole. Hello? Kay? Are you alright? You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center. The detention center? That hole. It's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell. Well, I think we found out how the body got into the prison, chat. What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Interesting, huh, chat? Interesting indeed. Okay. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Quite. At least they came out unscathed. I think. Sure, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connected to the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Mr. Knight's body. There is a sweet scent on his body. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Kay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. And let's see what you've captured. Look at that! That's quite an interesting tunnel. Spoons? A fork? Guess these were for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints, even. From a dog, perhaps. Alright, chat, who was crawling through the tunnel? Which one of y'all was crawling through the tunnel, chat? Which one of you have filthy paws? Show me your fucking paws, chat. One of you got dirt on them. You're the murderer. You are a fox, not a dog. You still got paws, bitch. Then you're safe, Awario. But Phoenix is not. Foxes still have paws. Show me them. This is a vital piece of evidence. Alright, let's get this picture uploaded for you guys. Into the evidence. Done. You should now be able to view that evidence by refreshing. Investigates you. Hi, Stevish. However, it begs something of a question. It does? Mr. Carcerato has certainly been making use of this tunnel. Which means... Hey, Luxty, thank you for the resub. Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerato is immediately. If my suspicions are correct... Huh? Aw, nuts! He might have escaped. The guards were alerted, and they began searching for Mr. Carcerato right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. Prison break. Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished Liazia. Fuck, I can't pronounce fucking words today, chat. A moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire facility. Good. Oh, the first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different Warden Lagarde to the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. It seems he might have already left the building. I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit of the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it? What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie, I suppose that's true. Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can get back to your posts! Yes, ma'am. I'm losing my voice a little bit from the voice acting from yesterday. Detective, the results from the blood test just came back from the lab. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell. What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's. So it was Knight's blood. Wow. Evidence has been updated. By daily voice acting, I really am. Nice job, everyone. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business? The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. So that's what this is all about. He's still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess Killer Ferrara was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation. Is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself? That's irregular, to say the least. Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You've been warned. Hooey! And here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. Judge Gavel, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are. I am sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor, but I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am.
This should be amusing. Very well. Whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast! We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact.
Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. The fuck? I just got 3 banned fucking bot posts in a row. Jesus Christ. Thankfully, you guys didn't see 2 of them. But, like, what the fuck? Anyway, moving on. The best viewers are already here? Exactly. Your very career hangs in the balance. What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation! Not at all. If anything, I'm showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was, and I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk, to put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth! Sir! I accept your terms. I am confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co., and I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let's see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me.
Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel.
How Knight wound up in the prison proper. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he's stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled out into one of the prison workshops. But why would he do that? It figures she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Mr. Knight's cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. Correct. You will also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what could be observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. Hi Silver, thank you for the lurk. So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break! That's so cool! Mr. Carcerato, Mr. Knight, everyone's doing it. I have to step up my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerato's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon.
That wasn't a compliment!
I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it. What are we doing, chat? The game begins. The evidence is at your fingertips. Let me know if you want me to redo any statements or press any statements. Let the games begin. If nobody says anything, I'll proceed to press every statement, which is what I'll do now. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I'm assuming. Hold it! Your Honor, about this incident. You have heard about it, of course. Surely any attorney worth the assault would have had his sources? Yes, I am aware of it, of course. I simply wish to confirm. Then you are wasting both of our time. Shall we continue? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Hold it! Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I could think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on her reasoning. Are you pressing further, chat? Kite says to press, we press. Sorry, but I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor, but Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys. Well, chat. What is it? What is our answer here? Let me know if the evidence doesn't work and you can't see it, but you should be able to read through it all. Chat! Chat! Work with me here! Talk amongst yourselves. Where's the planning? What's going on in chat's head right now? You present Mr. Knight's cell key? This is what Kite's saying. Catacrim's just arrived, doesn't know what's happening. We're trying right now. Gavel is saying Mr. Knight stole the keys during the assault when he assaulted the guard, which is something we knew happened. And we're now saying that we have a piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys. And Kite is currently saying to present Mr. Knight's cell key. So yeah, they have yet to be recovered is the big thing, is what Kite is currently saying. Kite's reasoning is that because they have yet to be recovered, then Knight didn't have them. If we agree with that logic, we can make it official and present. Any objections to that? If there's no objections, I'll just present.
Take that!
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it is such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chest set. Knight's chest set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it! Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion. Damn! Gavel's throwing Eustace under the bus here! Damn, Gavel! So the two of them aren't on one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard. But Mr. Saint was part of that performance. How would he have even had the time to commit the murder? How indeed. Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine hero of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails, and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant? Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. Oh, Ace Attorney and your timing always being in fives. Ace Attorney will never have a time where it takes approximately 18 minutes. Never. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say? Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence. And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you so be good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? Chat? Kite wants to present the wiped floor. There are signs that blood was wiped from the floor of the victim's cell. The blood has been confirmed as Knight's. Only two people said yes, but I've seen enough people say yes, so let's present it. This appears to be a photograph of a floor? Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience. That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you had access to the necessary forensics operatives. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. The detective. How very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too! Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However... Objection! Bad luck, idiots! You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless! Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. Also, chat we'll let this normal song play. I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying that the mutt also wiped up the blood before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. You have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmut, yes you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Saved by an assassin of all people. Yeah, Eustace made a valid point there until the dog turned out to be that fucking cool. Jeez Louise, you could have taught that little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although, the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then, la 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 la, I'm not listening. I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding is much appreciated. Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy, someone's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gavel. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin dog was the killer. My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence. I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between the prison and the detention center. What do we got here, chat? This is what Kite wants to present right now. So far, it seems like people are in agreement, except for Awario. There is no time limit, but if the dog was walking through all the doors, that would have probably got caught on camera. This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? A secret passageway? It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Carcerato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it is the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder. In the name of the goddess of justice. Overruled. Mr. Edgeworth, you are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report.
His autopsy report? When did we get that? How do you not know you had it? Fucking Eustace, dude.
The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon, but its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish you to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead?
But that's impossible!
That will be all. This court is adjourned.
But the tunnel! The paw prints!
What of them? Helmet is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across this tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely.
That would be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that.
She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You are a lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay.
Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Autopsy report added to evidence. Yep, this all checks out. Yep.
Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know? So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all.
Was this trying to be friendly, Your Honor?
Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel.
All right, I got it. Nice work, Val. Just like we planned it.
I did only as you instructed, Eustace. But thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest.
What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, detective? Thank you for this resub, Accord. I appreciate the prime. My answer remains the same, Skutchkavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated.
Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client.
The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept another offer of mercy.
Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests. It's really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first.
My father.
In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you've changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to.
Thank you, Fender.
Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart?
A bladed weapon. Of course. There were 5 chisels in Canis' shell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Mr. Knight was... Have you quite finished? It would be in your best interest to concede. Evidence is everything. It may very well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where is it? The guards didn't find it.
Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at?
What if I were to tell you that I now know where the real murder weapon was?
Well, Bakiri, I live in Eastern Standard Time. So this has been known, but I apologize. Maybe I should have made that more clear. It was one of Mr. Canis' chisels. One second, chat. I think we got to put on the better one for this. We got to put on the better one for this one. We started almost an hour ago, which would be noon. No, it's currently 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Bakiri. What? I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible, half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't mad that you're even in EST yourself? Hi, Maxi. How you doing today? You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was active chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. Hey, you have ice cream balls? Damn, I want ice cream. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage! How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows... What does the footage show, chat? Lizard, you can see the evidence by clicking on the extension on the stream. Where it says the dog jumping on somebody.
Mr. Canis's dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't? No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive, but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master.
Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job. And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it.
Correct. You, Bohemia Carnis, you're the only one who could have done it.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuse to listen. Must learn to respect others.
Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours?
We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Cavell?
Yes, we even inspected his chisels. All 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood. Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4.
Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is...
the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel?
A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing? I am rarely allowed to leave my cell.
In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. Heh, you've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us?
I know, right, Nightcrawler? Also, how are you doing today? Also, holy fuck, I'm hungry, but we're gonna be ordering food later when my brother's home, so I'm gonna wait for that.
For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis can only have hidden the chisel here.
So where's the chisel, chat? Awario says maximum security. You've missed too much. You've missed not much, to be quite honest, Bakiri. The main things that I would say you missed is that we found a tunnel that leads from the polar bear dude's cell to Knight's thing. That guy escaped, by the way. We don't know where he is. And there's an image of that showing paw prints being that. A heckin' tunnel. Yep, it's in the evidence too. So check the evidence. It'll tell you everything about it. And that's about it, really. Everything else has been cross-examining this bitch. So really, you haven't missed too much. Just because some people did say this, so.
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner. Despite the comfort he enjoys, he is rarely allowed outside his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up.
Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of.
Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic. But I looked! I searched the whole cell myself! There's just nowhere he could have hidden it!
I am certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner.
Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan?
Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot you can make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing?
He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here, come on!
The dog! He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it! I knew something was off! I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon.
Giving up already. I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
And as you should, if you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon.
Don't think too hard about this one, chat. What are we presenting here, chat?
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today.
Oh yeah, like last time when...
Mr. Canis, if you would please so kind as to open Helmut's mouth.
Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time.
Then order him again, this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide?
If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up.
And there we have it. A chisel that was small, it was easy to...
What? A chisel in the dog's mouth? Why is there a chisel in the dog?
I thought he'd been strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent.
Okay. Valid question, to be fair. I agree. Why is there a chisel in the dog? Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What?
Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it?
All right, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah?
The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case.
Seems like we have our murder weapon, chat.
Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one?
You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny?
Poor Helmut. How could they suspect us, hmm? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing.
Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis's testimony. If you would be so kind.
Gladly.
Canis's defense.
Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmet only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill the man I did not know.
I mean, when he puts it that way... An assassin who only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree.
My work is required for me to deal with the strangers, of course. But murder for its own sake? That's not my style.
So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover. Alright, chat, what are we doing? Awario immediately wants to present the chess diagram here. Fastest testimony of the West, chat. You blazed that one. You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end. Yes, this was found in Knight's Holding Cell. Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100, 1,000. I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence. That's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence.
Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence.
But that's totally impossible. We just proved that.
A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes, yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of sorts, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when here comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things.
What?
I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked.
The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop?
Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all.
You know something? That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Sawwood said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog had sunk its terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish.
Utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So what Mr. Sawat actually saw was Helmet removing the murder weapon then?
Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis. Fender? No offense, Palio, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion, but Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon.
So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought.
Please answer the question, Mr. Canis.
It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmet's neck. Had a very distinctive design, if you will.
Of course, they were something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Bodhindahar Makanis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear.
You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well.
Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you.
Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only 2 in existence.
Just 2?
2 and only 2. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife had long since been taken from me. When Helmet brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel.
It's certainly no assassin's blade.
Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. And so, the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
Remembers Yoshimitsu from Tekken? You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body, that you had nothing to do with the killing.
How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints?
Eustace! Huh? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints! Get forensics. Oh, right! Sure thing! We got him! Fingerprints! They're Mr. Knight's! And Miss Kansas's? Nope, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of prints being wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints? This isn't good. Should I get them to check again?
Now do you see? I have never so much as touched that chisel. Helmet carried it in his mouth. That's all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last.
Ah! So the murder weapon belonged to the victim? Ooh, that's not helpful.
As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise?
Ugh, I've got nothing to counter with. What could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be.
I am sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth, but if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
You've done it now, sir. She's serious.
I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one.
Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have a need for a chisel for?
You could do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one.
Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Earth to Mr. Edgeworth!
Huh?
You can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? Doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simeon in the end. We can't give up now, or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm apt to offer you a job for real. Like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses?
The heart of those words.
It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're only ones who can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you?
I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another.
There we go. That's the mild Edgeworth I know. Now let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison.
Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here?
Bakiri says the chess set. Are we all on board with that?
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected.
Because of the security gates, right?
Correct, but we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have been grown a little lax in regards of late. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's, and not Mr. Canis's. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address, that of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit?
Then how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper.
The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation.
Wait, sir, I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage.
An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I'm telling the truth.
Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try.
Alright, want me to talk you how to use it through?
Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. If you could run me through its functions, Detective, that would be most appreciative.
Yes, sir! So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye.
And I can examine things with T, I see.
Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? That panels on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. And you can use the middle one to pause. You use those and you're golden, sir.
It seems I can also press E to fast forward or Q to rewind the footage. And I can press space to pause.
When the video is paused, you can go into the previous frame with Q or next frame with E, or just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Just line up the old cursor with the area you want to take a closer look at, then use the panel bottom right and little V will do the rest. It's got those two expanding arrows right next onto it. Can't miss it, sir.
It would appear that I can zoom in by pressing R, too.
Enhance! By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff, just like in the regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. Only thing you can't do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that.
I see. And how do I zoom out again?
Just use the panel in the lower right again, sir. See how it's gone from expanding to collapsing arrows on there? That's because you're zoomed in. And that's about sums it up. Now let's fire little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine.
The footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whoever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind when reviewing the footage.
You never know what you're gonna see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure.
What in this footage seems odd?
Well, chat, I think the first thing we should probably investigate is that shadow, right? Sir, look! I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is... What is it, chat? What is it?
That's not a dog.
It's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took
were not canine, but ursine.
Let's update the evidence. Done. A bear? So could that mean...
Yes, I think it could.
After all, who else do we know with such a pet? And if we're mistaken about the creature in the footage, it's not inconceivable that we were mistaken about the person in the footage, too. Maybe there's something in there that could prove it, sir? Something that shows it wasn't Knight?
You're right. We can't see the person's face, which means a direct identification is out of the question. But perhaps there's something that can tell us who they are indirectly.
Indirectly? Like the mirror?
Yes, it's certainly worth a look. What in this footage seems odd?
1 second, chat. We're examining. He seems to have a hat on. This figure is reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat? Say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Aw, geez, is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I've heard of. So this may not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat. What do I present here, chat? This is what he's currently saying to present. So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed. A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? We were indeed. Someone seems to have successfully made his escape. We had assumed that it was night in the security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now we know about the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? The person in the security footage is... Well, chat? Who is it? Who's in the footage, chat? Bakiri, Kite is saying night, Wario is saying K, and Bakiri is saying Carcerato. Yes, I know you are, Wario. But the night would not make sense. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Night does not make sense because the whole crux of this argument is that we initially thought it was night, and now we're discovering, well, maybe it's not. So the whole crux of the argument was that we initially assumed it was night, and now we think, is it someone else? There's a quick little go over of every single profile we have. Yeah, you need to add a statement. Just add statement 0 for it.
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Carcerato, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility.
I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion.
But the bear in that video is all black!
Indeed. And we have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is...
What are we presenting here, chat? Akiri says the glove. Are we gonna make this official, chat? For the interest of time, let's do it.
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Selwit's testimony.
That's the rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when slathers an animal with thick black mud. Do we really need to read this line again?
While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment.
And that animal could have been...
Indeed, our polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sawit mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway, and this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage.
It does?
Yes. Let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay?
If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 a.m.
In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded?
Well, chat. What's the new contradiction? The secret says time.
Take that!
In the interest of time, literally, Mr. Sawit said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m.
In which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell at maximum security, Mr. Sawit, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Carcerato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawit before entering the tunnel. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Sawit's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Sawit would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. If all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off.
But why would the timestamp be wrong?
Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined. Right away, please. I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. What? They're pretty old, sir. I guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Intriguing. The evidence has been updated. Be sure to refresh. That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, there you are! How goes the investigation? Is there anything I could do to help along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerato. I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as a guard. Here is the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. Hey, Mr. Carcerato has been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could be easily hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided the doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... Oh my! He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now! Look, it's Teddy! Hey! Paws off! Get your mitts off me, you big palooka! Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, Ken, if it wasn't for you, I'd... What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerato? I'm almost envious. Guards, apprehend this man! A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Well, come on then, hit me with your best shot! Mr. Carcerato's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. Why did he stay? He didn't stay on purpose. He had to find an opportunity to leave. There are still sensors everywhere, Bakiri. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that frickin' thing? I had a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody had enough night and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cacophony fixer. And what do I get to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerato and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him.
Around the time of discovery. One second, chat. I'm just waiting for something. So are you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel? You know how long it took me to dig that frickin' thing? Having a guard's uniform, a whole dog, and a plan in place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. The sack of food was covered in mud, too. Let's go back to our cell. There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerato and Knight met face to face just before the murder. I should listen carefully to each of his statements and look over the evidence we have. I'll press everything until I hear somebody say otherwise. The tunnel, you shut up! Who are you telling to hold it? The tunnel, you said, you don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. I had to come crawling to Fixer Monk. I had to grovel in no town day after day after day. How are you gonna give me back the hours, huh? The days, the months. I can't get a word in edgewise. You should have never stuck your noses in my tunnel. Never. So the tunnel was all your own work. Every inch. You see anybody else in my cell when you was there, That's quite an effort, even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think of it, that is an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't even know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. Trust nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules a con's gotta live by. Huh? You know, the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Kay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. I was just joking, Mr. Edgeworth. Ain't no stinking joke to me, you punks owe me! I had me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, and a plan in place. I went for it the day you found the guy. The uniform, was that from the Fixer too? Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. Were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope, would have got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it till I got the holding cell. But once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I thinks. Freedom beckons. And then the furball here jumps up at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. New testimony. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say. Sure, anything seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prisoner. Why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I've never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carcerato would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. When was it that you realized you were being pursued? Right when I'd gotten out of the tunnel. Right when I thought I was home free. You didn't notice anything before that? When you were in the tunnel, perhaps? Nah, he wasn't around. I made sure of it. Even the little guy would have been all over me like a rash if he had been. I was so close I could smell it. And then there he was, the little bum. Hey, don't you think you're being a little mean to your friend? Poor Teddy. Mean nothing. He rumbled me last time and now he's rumbled me again. Kid's all over me. What am I supposed to do? Coming after me yesterday was bad enough. The sack of fur was covered in mud too. I just go back to our cell. You didn't consider trying to escape with Teddy? Would if I coulda, but now all the mud was giving us away. Chances to break out of the slammer don't exactly go on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Spoiled by the one who loves him most. It's almost tragic. Alright, chat. So during that pressing, we've gained one new statement. this one. What do we do, chat? This is the new statement we got when pressing. Statement number? This is statement number 4. You want to say present the keys? To add to your guys' theory, in case you forgot something, our wonderful Miss Gavelle's current entire argument hinges on the fact that Knight is the one who had these keys. You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that? Because we could make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you have reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerato, I post that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out. Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it was truly unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows that you tried and failed because Teddy caught you. Which was during the circus performance, before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time, because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. What? Are you saying, could he really have... I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerato. He is the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard, Knight, too, all to gain possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum! I didn't even know this Knight guy! After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape, a moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unlucky for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet, nuh-uh. Knight knocked the guard out from the count, and everybody knows it. Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. Well, chat? I want to take the another look over on the evidence.
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys. Why I gotta... Let's get the good music in, chat, shall we? That's what we initially thought, Bakiri. But now, it seems like something else might come up, huh? What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But that blood will give up the whole game. Ain't no way they're gonna figure it was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they have found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear from the prison, it seems. Now, hand over the keys. Right in the kisser! Ah! KO'd by a lousy, stinking bum. Fine, you want keys? Here, I hope you choke on them. And that one little thing alone completely and utterly destroys Gavel's entire theory.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Carceretto here had the keys... Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he could have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we know now that the theory cannot possibly be true. No! Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah? Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. No! You gotta be freaking... Mr. Carcerado, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. He's already in jail. Wait, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Also, he's already in jail. All right, fine. I knocked those two chumps out, and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? It was not you, but Helmet who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerado and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcerado could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carcerato. How could you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of him and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You got that right. You tried scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, all right.
I just made good on what someone else already started.
Then what was the original tunnel for?
Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe someone else tried to break out.
Ooh, or maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something.
I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, always smelled kinda nice down there.
Nice?
Gee, I don't know. It smells sort of like dessert, I guess.
A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before?
There's a piece of evidence we're looking for. Make sure you read all the text, chat. This one's not too hard. Cake's not in the evidence, though, chat. But there is something in the evidence that mentions sweet. You make sure you do some reading. It's time to read, chat! Awario wants to present Mr. Knight's body. Killed instantly by a stab wound to the throat. There's also a small cut in his scalp from when he suffered a blow to the head. A sweet scent can be detected.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carcerado, was how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerado, you were the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carcerato, truly. Finally the truth comes into view. Now, unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident.
What? You ain't pinning this on me!
I'm glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerado may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis, no. He was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean?
I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole.
You gotta be kidding me!
Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerado had reached a certain agreement?
What kind of agreement, exactly?
Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means, in the forms of Mr. Keys Mr. Carcerado had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerado himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plans would have been ruined. And so, the two struck a deal.
Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists.
My, still you deny it.
So, we agreeing that we still disagree?
Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper, just as planned.
Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, but Kiri, it's already been established that Saint moved a big, large cage into the prison to set up for the circus. That's already been established. The fact that Knight being in it or not has not been established and is currently Gavel's argument.
I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel.
Then what are you driving at? Is this a trick question?
As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell.
Huh? Then how did it get down there?
There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered from the tunnel from there?
The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing!
Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask that you recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery?
The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon! Ah!
Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must have also been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gavel is truly a formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well. I am sure you will agree.
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time.
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have.
What?
Mr. Carcerado was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerado, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there?
No, place was clean. Ugh.
If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcerado would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint?
No. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still,
Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I poise that you lack the evidence to back it up.
I concede that, for the moment, I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we could finally put this case to rest. Huh? What's that sound?
Yikes! Is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too?
Darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean it's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you're not used to it.
Certainly scared the heck out of me.
I'm so sorry, Sweet Pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your posts. Chop chop!
Speaking of dinner, I'm fucking hungry.
And as for you, Rocco Carcerato, it's time you went back to your room.
Yeah, fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. I have consumed cookies. And that's it.
Warden Lagarde, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow,
No, it is imperative that we investigate it right away.
I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guests went home to Betty Bites, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Ah,
Come on now, darling. Don't make me bore you with all that. I am the warden. This is an order nonsense. Warden Lagarde, is it right? Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all a good day. What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go!
fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Cavell believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Carcerato's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But what is he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. To be continued. Final part of this case, chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some water, and then we'll be right back with it. Be right back, lovelies. Alright, I've returned. Any theories on the case so far, chat? It is the next day. Looks like the circus set is gone. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although, that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate! Judge Cavell's deduction yesterday. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? I'm waiting for my brother to get home, Steve-ish. Then I'm going to be ordering food. He's been out all week, and he's coming home from a trip, and we're going to order food. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little bit. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Alright, chat, I'm gonna clean up our organizer too. Okay, I'll let you know what's been removed exactly as well. Prison roll call's still there. The black dog is no longer in our evidence. The white floor is also gone. The missing guard uniform and Mr. Knight's cell key are both gone as well. Okay, evidence should be cleared up. This proves that the badge is relevant to the case, of fucking course. Huh? There's a cover on it! A dried up well slap bang in the middle of a prison? Figures it's locked. Well, luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Cavell's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. And then, during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Miles Areno? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here, and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe, 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Mr. Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek? Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly will we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. Say what now? Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief. Whoa, screens appearing from thin air? This is some next level tech, sis. Want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that we can recreate crime scenes at specific moments of time based on the data you feed it. How about I start off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beep, bippity, beep, boop, beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and... Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Yipes! What is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too. But this particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't have run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Begin investigation. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course. Thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at that well. We should examine this area carefully. It may just hold the clue we need. I misclicked. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kinda reminds me of the ropes they used for playing tug-of-war at school. The answer is no, Kay. What? I didn't even say anything! Yet. I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah, it looks like something you'd use to put up a tent! But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? Yeah, that's exactly what it is, basically. It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... the projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure, it was 30 pounds. I guess the projection, it's implying that the projection isn't as clear for them as it is for us, because we can clearly read that as 30 pounds. What does everyone need such a heavy weight for anyway? It doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. The well was behind the stage, which means... there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. So what do you think all the stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed. Nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. These chairs must have been for the audience. Wow, I pity whoever had to put them all away. Really? Why? Heh, you clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh? Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while. I'll consider it. Edgeworth is the kind of guy that tells other people to do his dirty work. Yes, this is where the circus show stage should. The circus show sets the... Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend.
A wicker basket, or rather, a cart, given the wheels.
Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill in office chairs.
Where did any of that come from?
Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure climb it if I...
Please don't. It's electrified.
I wonder what's on the other side.
The warden's office, I believe.
I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets.
This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison.
What was the name of our trunk happy friend again? Asa the Asian elephant. Of course, how could I forget?
Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Is Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it?
Oh my gosh, Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself.
I suspect that's all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon. Okay, you could power down Mr. Thief for now.
Sure thing, prepare to return to normality. And we didn't gain any health because we're already at full health because you're all getting everything so correct. Sorry, I came as quick as I could. Holy fuck, why is Missile so fucking pissed?
Ah, Detective, that was indeed impressively quick.
You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. This seemed way more fun than rehearsals, so I ditched them for the day.
It's very much appreciated. Alright, Detective, let's get started with Missile.
Yes, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, boy. What's the matter? Come on, boy. Come on.
What's wrong with him?
Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Eek! Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir.
Well, I doubt he'll be much help to us like this.
Any other bright ideas, Miles Areno?
Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand?
Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks?
I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show.
I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right?
If you'd be so kind.
Firing up this. Is she gonna fucking announce it again? Okay, good now. Here you go. This is what the yard looked like during the show.
The time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well.
Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why,
The area behind the stage is missing.
Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. Oh, no, no, no. It's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender. Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data, too. I can switch back whenever you want to the recreation of them, to them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show. One second, chat. No, I think we're okay.
And switch between the two at will.
I can switch between recreations by using T to talk with K.
Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we?
It looked like a fun circus show, not gonna lie. A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage too. Oh, he was wonderful! The way he flew off that stage.
Ah, yes, that scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Mr. Berry? Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes? Just as Judge Gavelle said.
Isn't it pretty hairy health and safety-wise having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all. Az is very gentle.
I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly.
Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Azza, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing?
A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick?
Who, me? Oh no, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start.
A trick of some kind enabled Azza to send Saint flying. It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time.
Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta steal us some data.
I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deductions to get what I need.
Well, I'm more of an act first, think later gal.
Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest.
Any logic here we can connect, chat? Items around the well. Pulleys, a rope, and a weight. What were they being used for? Azza the elephant, star of the show, alongside Regent the tiger and Saint. Mr. Saint's big moment. A trick of some kind enabled Azza to send Saint flying. 30-pound weight. A single 30-pound metal weight was found by the well. Remember, for logic, I'm going with the first thing I see in chat.
The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene. Could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage?
You got it!
Taking another look at these items. Could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's?
Hi, your imagination. How are you doing today? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I can maybe add it to the simulation.
Good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details.
Roger that. I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it.
Excellent. Well, how does it work?
He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope and lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied around his body.
I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to?
He used a stake to stop it, that's how.
Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick, or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake.
That's right, and to do that, he used the second length of rope. Kind of expanding a factory, understandable. He tied it to the stake, and then, when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I have to steal it. This one has to go in the Great Thief's repertoire.
It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough.
Alright, practice it is then.
Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation?
Oh, right, then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. And now to add in the data. Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now.
So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. New evidence, chat. Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off stage like that? That's genius! Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him, at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Something heavier than Saint himself would have needed for the trick to work. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. It made clever use of 2 ropes. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes. Why is it here? But why is it here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've gone kinda blank. And I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon. It does? I'm not quite sure I see it myself. Oh, too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big old albatross. Then we'll see how you like it. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried. I can promise you that. A pulley and a rope. I suppose the two tend to go together. They sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other. Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. This is the rope that was hanging down the well. But there's no piñata at the end of it, and definitely no bucket. Do try to be serious, Kay. Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Just cut it out with that stare of yours. Actually, she may be onto something. We might want to consider what could have really been attached to the end of the rope. The basket was empty in the other recreation. Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? That basket's for holding Isaiah's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. This pond is home to Warden the Guard's beloved alligator. And look, those bones must be from her latest meal. I somehow doubt that an alligator would pick a carcass clean like that. You think? I got the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually. If you say so. Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these things. An interesting talent, but not one I'm particularly envious of. Any logic conclusions here, chat? Hello, Vel. How are you doing today? Elephant ate the apples? We're XCOMing a bit? Hell yeah. Your imagination says elephant and apples, so we're gonna try that. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Azza. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them. Are you sure about that? Oh yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved to somewhere within Azza's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, Kay. Will do! I'll add that into the simulation of the performance then. Updating based on what Regina told us now. There, all done. This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No, if we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key. Spoil sport, that could have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else, but not to make an audience out of me. Any other logic connections here, chat? We now have a basket of apples. It was moved by someone the night before the show. Pulling force, something heavier than Saint himself would be needed for the trick to work. 30-pound weight. A single 30-pound metal weight was found by the well. This is what Awario says. Let's go for it, Awario. Let's see if you're right. Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you? No? You haven't noticed, Detective. There's something strange about the weight we found. Awario says how heavy it is. Do we agree with that? The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. Insufficient weight. More weight would have been needed to lift Saint in the air. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is? Missile may be temporary out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. Did you come to visit the prison often, Regino? I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. They're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Allie is just the cutest. Cute. That full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond. Are you sure about that? Get up worrying. You could just walk up and then chomp, you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Super. Don't rope me into this. Awario, you're telling me to do, metal detector and insufficient weight? No, that doesn't make much sense, does it? The chairs are lined up neatly for the show, though we know there were a few empty seats during that performance. Huh? Something about this space, the way the seats are arranged, reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, in light of righteousness on the world's blight. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did! She did well to take second place. Or perhaps stole is more apt. Or is there more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. The great thief's great secret weapon. Color me intrigued, Miles Areno. Intrigued, Miles Areno. Not exactly by-the-book stuff, though, yeah? Using great thief doodads in an official investigation? Whoa, and up with the death stairs, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax! Like I said, I'll just zip and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you. That would be very helpful. It's the pen that held Hazza, the Asian elephant. Now empty, as the lady herself is on stage. I wonder how they got her here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kinda risky, no? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzler, all right. I'll need to give it more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant. The whole day's his apples, right? Yup, it was full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight. Ooh, did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. I think I've examined everything. Let's just make sure I've examined here as well. This pond is home to Warden Lagarde's beloved alligator. Okay, yeah, shush. This is red already. I'm not reading that because I read it already. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. Thanks, Edgeworth. I don't have to waste my time then. Okay, it looks like we've examined everything. It's as bad as you look, sir. Poor guy's scared out of his skin. I'd hope to have him track that scent again. That clearly isn't in the cards now. Well, chat, the only thing we got here is logic. Any connections here? Let's borrow a helmet. He's not a trained. He's a trained murder dog. He's not a trained tracker dog. Okay, fine. More weight would have been needed to lift Saint in the air. One of Detective Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons used to find metal. The basket was moved somehow the night before the show. Metal and weight? Sure. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Ah, jeez. I'm never going to get to use my fishing rod. So, before we get started, let me run to you how the metal detector works, sir. It's simple enough. It uses this sound and this gauge to tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what have we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it. Sir, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a little look-see. Found these little guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? By the way, I had no idea that that is where I was supposed to go. It was just the closest area to me. So don't think I'm like just beelining to the right answer. That was just the closest thing that I thought of. I count 4 altogether, sir. They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying. So somebody hid several of the same weights as the one by the well. But why? And why over here? Yes, nice work, me! Eek! Alligator! The thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? You sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir. I'm sure this is something different. And I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. And she's gone.
Ha! We scared that big snapper good.
I don't think that's it, Kay.
Huh? Then what is it?
Allie hasn't been herself lately. That's the name. Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her?
Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir. Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights?
I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Kate, could you repeat the scene again?
Coming right up. One second, chat. I have something I need to do. I'll be right back. I'm ordering food, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm actually back now. Sorry about that. I ordered some burgers. What are you guys talking about? 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. There are games on the PS5? What the fuck are you talking about? I was always told that there weren't any games on the PlayStation 5. I say as I'm about to buy Metaphor ReFantazio. Anyway, apparently the burgers are going to be here in 22 minutes, so I might have to take another break to go pick that up, chat, just as a heads up. Oh, we've got to deduce, chat. What are we deducing here? It looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket, though. But now there are. I'm hearing that the Silent Hill 2 remake is getting good reviews, too. I was just talking about it with my bro, and I'm surprised because I honestly expected Bloober Team to fuck that up. Who knows? They might have still fucked it up, and reviewers are just blind. But, hey, it's a good sign. Chat, what are we deducing? You're the one playing the game, remember? If you need a refresher, because I was away for a while, the main thing that changed is that, so what did the metric determine? Why would somebody hide those weights? Perhaps I should miss something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. Okay, that emote, yeah, what the fuck is that? Remember to make sure you refresh your evidence lists as well to make sure you've got the up-to-date list, chat. But I shouldn't have to tell you that. Chat, you have to think. It's time. It's thinking time. It's thinking time. What was that from? Oh, that's from Tank Thinking time. Anything here seen out of place, unusual, odd that we might have missed? It's deduction time, chat. That one loading emote. Read through the evidence. Generally speaking, it'll probably be some new evidence, so pay more attention to our newest evidence that are lower down the list. That'll probably be a bit more relevant to what we're talking about here. How long are we gonna sit here, chat? Forever? Let's get the ball rolling, yeah? Let's get the gears turning, yeah? The deuce on the rope with the tricks? Since nobody else is talking, I'm just gonna do that. I don't know if it's right or not, but we're not gonna wait for confirmation. Think about the two recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now.
There's a major difference between the two. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah! Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the missing rope went? Where'd the missing rope go, chat? Wario wants to present rope. Where is everybody? Wake up, chat! I'm back! Wake the fuck up! It's thinking time again!
Take that!
This rope was found beside Knight's body. Wait, you mean... Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying, yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that, and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped at the well in the place of the iron weights was... Come on, there was somebody in chat who literally deduced this. Where are they? They should be happy to know that they were right. It was Bakiri, I think, right? So I never heard you came back? Well, Bakiri, we're deducing stuff now. It could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Yes, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then, Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden, so that no one would realize they'd been replaced with the body. Precisely. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from getting everywhere? Well, chat? Anyone? If not enough whys, but if nobody objects, then I'm just gonna do it. Where is everyone? I left for like an extended period of time. That's a death knell for any streamer. I'm kidding.
Take that!
This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Oh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well, which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. But what about Judge Cavell said yesterday? Ah, but if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was, or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished around midnight? In which case, the killer must have switched the weights outs for the body after that point. The body was left dangling inside the well the night before the incident. Updated in my evidence. Aw, yeah, baby. Let's get that updated in here for you all as well. Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Canis isn't the killer. Well then, chat. There's only one thing left here. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body around the same time. Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which could only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now, let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! Yes, miss? What can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where is the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Warden Lagarde is the only one with a key? Meaning, if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Thanks for the help! Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. So we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake, thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Did they turn off the power? Did they turn off the power to something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped? Well, chat. Awario wants to present the security camera footage. Come on, guys. It's fine.
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was! So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to. It seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. It would! Which means the killer would have had to be someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has that key. It couldn't be. Could it? All right, little thief, your work here is done. Investigation complete. First
done the scene. The early bird wins the worm.
Good morning, Mr. Winner.
What? How'd you get here before me?
Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gavel. This is not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney.
Associate. More like asinine.
We'll see about that. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard.
Okay, I'll go get some officers to help.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
We've already finished investigating the yard, and won quite the prize in the process.
What? But I'm supposed to be the winner.
Your Honor, I'd like you to revisit your theory from yesterday, in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I'm sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat. You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence.
Interesting, and spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the Goddess of Justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this.
Judge Gavel's theory.
My theory remains the same as when I relayed it to you yesterday. Mr. Carsonato did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know that the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion, and you can prove it, of course?
Of course she can! Who do you think you're up against?
What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival.
She really is a very busy woman.
Busy looking after baby Winner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep.
Our autopsy report has been updated. Updated autopsy report! Oh!
Simeon Saint was offstage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gravel hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I feel there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor.
Updates your autopsy report. Wow, Bakura, you have to do that to me?
You seem very...
Yeah, but this time it actually got updated.
But do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might.
What are we doing, chat? What is our game plan, chat? Let's start by pressing everything until somebody tells me to not stop doing that.
My theory remains the same as when I relayed it to you yesterday.
Hold it!
That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer. You're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you are certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Mr. Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the goddess of justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue.
Is this a court or a cult?
If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come. Show me your evidence.
So right now we're saying, as such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. And is advising me to present this. Just to his liking, I haven't seen that. We have 2 Ys, 1 more Y and I'll do it. Would you mind taking a look at this, Judge Cavell?
Am I expected to accept this as evidence? It appears to have no connection to my testimony.
Ah!
Judge Cavell is a tougher nut to crack than Mr. Winner.
But that doesn't mean I should give up.
We both know that the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint.
You miscounted? Oh, you wanted to present it on this one? It sounds like I wanted to present it on this statement. Unfortunate. Rest in pepperoni.
Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick.
That's a good one! That's a really good one. That's a really good one, Awario. Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on stage? Look what you got while you were gone. What did you get? Ooh, that's a good one.
It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Mr. Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the #1 most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, huh? Even you must see how this looks.
If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Cavell theorized, without these extra steps. Miss Barry. Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's tricks works? Well, let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform. So I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation. And yet, I fail to comprehend your actions still.
1 second, chat. Apparently my food is like 1 minute away, but I'm not getting a call for them to tell me it's here. So I'm gonna just investigate that for a brief moment. Be right back.
My tracker says 1 minute away, but the food guy's not telling me. I'm not getting a phone call or anything. And it said 1 minute away for like 2 minutes now. I'm hungry, man. Where's my food? Chat, where's my food? Oh, it's here. Alright, chat. I've obtained food. And you want to hear the absolute degeneracy of the burger that I got? So, this is a double patty. That alone isn't crazy, obviously. But it's a double patty with grilled cheese buns. Oh my gosh. Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. Okay, and I got a poutine with it too. And a vanilla chocolate milkshake. It is grilled cheeses as buns, yes. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well, if it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this, once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint. And thus, he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. But we've all met Mr. Saint. It's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape. I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Surely Mr. Saint isn't the only person who had the opportunity. I must have some evidence that can help break this deadlock. Alright, let's press everything until you guys get some stuff. You seem to think that Mr. Knight was killed here in the yard. When do you think he was brought here? Sometime between midnight and 8 a.m. the day before the show. It could only have been during that time. In other words, between the end of rehearsal and the start of the performance. As I was saying, if the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell.
Hold it!
Was there really no other way he could have come here? Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed. And presumably, none of your witnesses have testified to having seen such a thing. Precisely. Praise be to the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So, as you will agree, it can only be Mr. Knight that was brought over here in secret. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint. You're certain nobody else had the opportunity? Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted. But Mr. Saint was under that same security scrutiny, was he not? The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Berry, he is the only person who is free to wander where he willed. It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor. Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then recall this fact, if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who is free to walk around the prison. There is a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison, a time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have to show that there was a period of the day where oversight was limited? Well, chat. Oh, Wario, I know what you're thinking, but are you sure you want that? Well, we can do this. All right. I'll go with this one first.
Take that!
All right, you were right. So, I was wrong. Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had this opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? Look, I've played this game before, but it was years ago. Shush. We previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this, we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That was no simple camera malfunction. Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this. Using what, chat? Wario's currently got this loaded up.
Take that!
Our investigation of the art turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened around the time of the murder.
What?
Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure. So I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's keys so easily.
Objection!
No, but one person could have. I beg your pardon? That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that! The breaker to the electric fence is in there! They would be questioned in an instant! There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was... This is currently who Awario wants to present. Any objections?
Take that!
The real culprit is... Warden Lagarde. Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie woo? He's not just a pretty face. Miss Hell also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think that you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you.
What?
Warden Lagarde is the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Oh, such a naughty boy. How could she suspect me, huh? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. What are we presenting, chat? Chat? Anyone disagree? If no one disagrees, I'll do it even though we didn't get 3 votes. All we'd lose is a little bit of health anyway.
Take that!
Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser. The police dog? We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless! Really, you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion? Verity, dear, do not put him in his place. Do put him in his place. It seems Judge Capel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on her body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However... Indeed, then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the Warden has to say for herself. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? I didn't do it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went into the prison. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check it if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of me having entered or left the prisoner proper. I haven't the first idea what hard-brained theories you little scamps have cooked up with. But I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break. Missile doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear, I'm afraid you are the ones making things difficult. As I said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records. She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting to the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo and you know it. A boo-boo. She's made a boo-boo. Alright, let's press everything until somebody comes up with a suggestion.
Hold it!
Judge Gabel told you everything. Are you close? Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Jealous? Of what? I had to ask Warden Lagarde for a lot of information on the first day of the investigation. It seemed only right that I share some information in return. Oh, Verity, you have to make it sound so awfully dry. I thought we had a lovely chat. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do. I'm not sure what's going on, but these two, they're terrifyingly formidable together. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him there.
Hold it!
The murder took place in his cell. You seem very happy to accept that. And why shouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, they found the knight's blood in his cell. Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Carcerato. Though I needn't tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary. What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. But how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went into the prison.
Hold it!
Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison? Please, darling, let me finish. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began.
Hold it!
So you were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual? No, I can't say that I did. And you didn't notice anything missing? I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down, and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse! I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone. Poof! Just like that.
What? And she still has a job?
Honestly, if someone came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed.
I'll need more than the power room key to expose her.
On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I misplaced. Even if I had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Check it if you like. You won't find a record of my having entered or left the prison proper. The only time Knight's body could have been placed in the well was the night before the show.
What's our move, sir? She seems awfully sure of herself.
Seems pretty confident there won't be any record of her entering the prison. In which case, we'll have to rely on something other than the records in question. We should listen carefully to her statements again, and ask a few pertinent questions.
Hold it!
What's in the case log? You have all of it at your fingertips in the extension, your imagination. You can also access it from this URL if you don't have access to the extension. You have all the tools.
But what if you took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed.
No, you had another way in. I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location. What route did they take? Bakiri is saying this. This is the route you took to get into the prison.
It is, darling, and how would that have worked? Didn't you say yourself that I didn't use the entrance or the tunnel?
I guess that wasn't it. Think, Miles, a road from her office that bypasses the prison entrance and the tunnel. There's one location that she must have gone through. I think you guys have the right logic, but it's the position we gotta click on that's being stupid. Let me double check something. No, actually here, just because you guys have the right logic, I'll tell you. You're just supposed to select the yard. Because you basically, it's just saying that she could go from warden's office to the prison via the yard. That's it. And you guys already kind of figured that out. So.
Through the fence? Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him into your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gone through the fence, The extremely high fence, topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it.
Yeah, how'd you supposed to have gotten through that,
The fence electricity supply can be cut off from the power room, and only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the detention center side. How would she have even reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss, you dug yourself a real hole now. Yet there is no record of Warden Lagarde having entered the prison proper. Then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question.
But there must be some way she could have done it.
Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything.
If I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this.
Hey, I said, take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warden Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edward, if you cannot find a... You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence? Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems.
Edgeworth pulling a Phoenix right here with bluffing. Real defense attorney moment here.
She couldn't have done it alone. But what if she wasn't alone?
Woohoo, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo.
I believe that Warden Lagarde had an accomplice. Enough. You disappoint me, Edgeworth.
What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth said nothing wrong.
The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets.
The ones that raise the alarm and people go where they're not supposed to. Ah!
I see that you have realized your error, and we are, of course, within the prison grounds. Where not only the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. And despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Carsonado's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals. And they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so our accomplice must be human. Then who did it, given that it couldn't have been a prisoner or a guard?
I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that free roaming person was. This is what Awario wants to present.
This is one of the prisoner's bracelets? Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank saw it. Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. Oh, she's sweating now, chat. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while. That is pretty funky, and I don't mean in a good way. It could be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although, you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Bodhid Arma Carnus, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Side himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Wargarden were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them have worked together, a certain route in the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there was two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop, by having Mr. Sawit shut off the corresponding breakers. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And, do you still deny it, Warden Lagarde? No, darling. You've got me. I admit it. Warden? Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. You got her. And nice shooting, cowboy. You won't be wriggling out of this now. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums. No, we did not. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear. I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved. Oh gosh, all right. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Bodhimar Canis, that awful assassin. Canis? How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were all alone, he said this to me.
You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution.
Others?
Yes. Very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them.
Of course he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing.
I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you, or your precious family.
I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for.
Everything? Wait, is that how he became the Fixer?
Yes, darling. I obeyed his every command, and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear, sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him, too. So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers.
That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back to the fence. Each one of them spiritized with a little of my perfume. So that's what the sweet smell was. Yes, it was a single for Kenneth's dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course.
Can't have been easy keeping him from finding out.
Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to his schedules. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Candace's dog. Poor thing. But there was no risk of him raising the alarm either.
She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Kenneth couldn't fail.
Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the camera, which I would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden.
I'm just eating some finishing off my poutine.
The Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account. It would be most dreadful, fool. I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so, Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard.
So that's the secret behind the Fixer's system, and why she was.
The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say, or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over.
Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his.
Angie.
I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted his every letter he wrote.
His letters? Then I suppose you must know about his correspondent chess games, too.
But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth, the words of Warden Lagarde's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there is no need to hound her for any longer.
Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more about her to uncover? Well, chat. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree.
So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has?
Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of, and even facilitated, the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body.
And where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's in the fact that sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses to signal a delivery. What do you make of that?
Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carcerato had provided.
A smell, yeah, I always smelled kind of nice down there.
Nice.
Gee, I don't know, it smells sort of like dessert, I guess.
His words would seem to suggest that smell had permeated the well.
Ah!
You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of court.
No! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally! So we're actually done?
Yes, Eustace. It seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned.
Who was that? Come on, Judge Shi, things are just getting good.
Fender, are you objecting to my adjourning this session?
No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G adjourn, don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean, as it were, a chocolatey goodness. Anyone?
Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court?
No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. As Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is.
Ah, yes. I had forgotten that's what you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender.
How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Edgeworth do everything the whole time. Right? You are. Which is why I figured it's time to put in some work.
Work, you say? Somehow, I don't believe you've worked a day in your life.
Oh, shit. Then let's just say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness?
Now? Amusing, but what is there left to ask?
I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Thief's here has something more to tell us about the killer.
Do I?
Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis.
She did? No way!
If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely, a more secure facility.
And where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh?
Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it.
No, Saint can't not be the killer! That's not fair! I was all ready to prosecute him! I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice! Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it too.
Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further?
Of course! How could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Anakin, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell it all. Verity, darling, do say you'll let me.
As you wish. Court is unadjourned.
Can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Whew, me neither.
Thank you for the timely intervention.
Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests. Am I right? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just got about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there. And we can't follow this up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles McSmiles. Show him that never rest spirit.
I shall.
Fabulous. Then let's get started.
I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Carnus.
There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him.
He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes? I did him the most terrible disservice.
Yes, you killed him.
I suppose you could put it that way. If it weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would have never happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess.
Warden Lagarde, as ever, your honesty is truly to your credit. I am certain Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. So true. So unbelievably true. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man, Canis. You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that?
Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the guards, in me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder.
That's a very touching reason indeed, and I don't believe a word of it.
But Canis, oh, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who would do something like that. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim.
Knight was being kept in a holding cell, while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at opposite sides of the facility?
Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen.
But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time.
Then you don't know Canis, my dear. He'd find a way, I'm sure of it. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type.
How could he take a disliking to someone all the way over in the holding cells?
Oh, I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course.
Why is she looking at me like that?
So noble, so dashing in that marvelous suit. So clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can.
No! Stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth! Ugh, I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught.
For whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death.
What more can you tell us about those sordid details?
Well, we all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right. Poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway.
They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight.
That's because I didn't, sweetie. And the victim was simply a fun target to that monster. Nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set, don't you? Awful, grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out.
I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail if you don't mind.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we could talk about them some more.
I expect Candace used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set. Don't you?
New statement, by the way. This is new. We'll press it first.
And which chess set would that be, precisely? Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. But that naughty boy snuck a chisel inside it. Can you imagine?
How does she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to a certain deductions were made. So, how did she find out?
Of course, in the hands of a killer like Canis, even a chisel could serve as a deadly weapon. It would have been easy work for that vile assassin.
Hold it!
You seem to have very strong feelings about Mr. Canis. Well, of course I do. I told you what he said to me. What an absolute menace he was to interrogate. He could slither out of anything, the snake.
He sounds as tough as a rock.
And that infuriating, self-satisfied look on his face when they took him back to his cell.
Ah, my blood boils just thinking about it.
I certainly don't blame her on that count. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened.
Hold it!
Surely you're not suggesting that the dog threw the body down the well. I told you already, darling. Canis has more dogs than that beastly creature. Remember, he has pets on the outside, too.
You mean he brought someone in from the outside to prison to help him commit the crime?
Of course not, silly. How would they have made it through security? But he's the so-called fixer, no? Exercise that fabulous brain of yours a little. How hard would it be for him to recruit a dog on the inside? Or even plant one? Interesting. And does this dog have a name? Well, if I do that, my life would be so much easier now, wouldn't it? Anyway, it was just a little thought. You could ponder it in your own sweet time, darling.
She's a slippery one. I'm not going to be able to catch her with this line of questioning, it seems. Warden Lagarde's testimony is still a little more than a house of cards. I just need to push her on the right statement to bring it all tumbling down. This is the fifth statement. This is what Wario wants to do. Yes, we are, Zoldo. I'm just going to turn the music off for a second so that we can see if you're right.
Objection!
And you were.
Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being a bit more careful than your image you project suggests. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please call me Fifi, or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance. Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed, we're all family here.
Ugh. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, don't let her get inside your head.
You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight. In which case, I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived.
What? I mean, of course, when Mr. Saint came in, we...
You checked him? I find that hard to believe. Because if it did, that makes your story all the stranger.
If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Cavell, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found. Get it let through. Precisely. So, Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you... Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, alright? Huh? I questioned Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me. I did not kill him! One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Very well. Go ahead, Warden Lagarde. And please, tell the truth this time. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I made a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. So it was simply a conversation with a new detainee? That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand.
Objection!
Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we, Mr. Edgeworth? You may begin your cross-examination. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I made a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home.
Hold it!
So am I right in assuming that you talked to Knight the night before the show? Exactly, darling. It would have been, around 3 a.m. on the 27th? 3 a.m. That falls squarely within the window of time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't he have been asleep? Normally, yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you, he was wide awake. We all were. Regardless, I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour. Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Ugh. Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me, and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning every last thing I say? Sorry, Phoebes, he's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like, where you had him brought to? My office, of course. Where else? Her office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony? Anything for you, darling. It was around 3 a.m. the night before the show. I had them bring him to my office.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is. You've seen the sign in the detention center corridor, I have imagined. The one that says no entry? That's it, sweetie. My office is just up in there, a short walk from the holding cells. I understand that you also have access to the yard. It's statement number 2.
Why, of course! That's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're saying that's how I moved the body. You had the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion.
There is no other way that the body could have been moved.
Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well.
Yeah, what she said. You're miles off, Edgeworth.
Probably shouldn't push this any further for now.
I make a point of talking to every newcomer in our little home.
This is statement 2. Oreo's saying the autopsy report here. Yeah, but it's a 3-hour window. 3 to 6. But that's just my thoughts. Warden Lagarde, I'm afraid there's a contradiction in your testimony. I was ready. You made a marinade of vinegar, honey, and it's got one and habanero peppers. Served them in 3 hours. Run them in pine egg, fry them off, and bake them in a thick and reduced sauce when we use marinade. That sounds amazing. But so why would you never make him again?
Gladly. You see, this evidence here.
Ugh, looks could kill.
I better think carefully before challenging her again.
Incorrect. Back to pressing.
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him?
Tapping out? I see. I think she did, Wario.
Oh, he was so open and honest, darling.
What? That guy? Honest?
He was talking about one croissant and promoting a prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry.
One croissant and promoting a prawn. Yeah. One croissant, en passant. I think you misheard those terms.
En passant and promoting a pawn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? Well, what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. She really does hate Canis. Warden Lagarde, I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
We now have another new statement.
You say that you bear a grudge against only Mr. Canis. Is that correct? No, I despise him, coming into my prison, thinking he could do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll chip his wicked wings if it's the last thing I do. And that awful dog of his! It's a menace! Completely upended the peace and quiet of my home.
Spin.
She even hates his dog.
It does seem at first glance she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight, but she hates Kana so much that she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony will surely reveal herself. She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? Pretty clumsy. Where is it, Warden? You ask me. Chummy, she killed the man, Detective. Poor guy would have been in cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden Lagarde was the murderer. The evidence points to that conclusion and no other. It's number 6. Let's turn the music off for a second so that we can test all your theories.
Objection!
Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You see it in Mr. Canis' cell too. What do you mean? Oh, come now, don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. Because you want to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. And so what if I did? You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondent chess. Ah! And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men. And it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You summarized that Knight was Mr. Kranis' henchman, sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there inside his chess set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing: Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that's why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? Warden? It's a joke! It's all one big stupid joke! You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it was you who didn't understand things correctly. Me, please, darling. I don't understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. And I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. Heh, you're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict. I am curious to hear what the warden has to say. What? You're a doll, Verity. I just have one last thing to say. Then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? We're not talking about you. Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report?
Do not do that.
Of course. We received the finalized version only this morning. That's right. And I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if no one else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches?
Wait.
Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound?
Ugh!
Forgive me, your goddess. I came precariously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now,
What do we do? It'll be fine, Mr. Edgeworth always comes through. Right, sir? Why not? Because reasons, trust me. Looks to be like the Miles Archer's out of commission. The Miles Satrons out of what are you trying to say, Fender? Oh my gosh. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, detective, I'm as much a man of action as the next guy. Without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road, Miles Atron. Yeah, probably. We can't give up now. We have to do something. I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility?
It seems we still don't have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Ah, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence.
Overruled!
Are you calling the judicial process into question?
Nope, not me. Nuh-uh.
I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel?
Confound it. This question throws everything we've deduced out the window.
Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth? Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties.
It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it, You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said? Simeon's counting on us. Without us, Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away with him until we have some.
Okay.
Gee, Miles, your little buddy there is quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who will find it. Simeon's counting on you.
Judge Cavell, you seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise for you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good.
She's right. I had to put forward a number of theories that proved to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait, she said my theories were misguided.
Nothing to say? Then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby...
Sir! Mr. Edgeworth!
Give my verdict.
That's it! I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled.
The defendant, Simeon Saint. I think it's a little too soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth. You may proceed.
What?
I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmet. The fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth? You seem almost proud of your blunder.
Hold it!
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our proposed murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon, rather than what was really used? What are we selecting here? There's really only one option here that makes sense.
Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling?
Hold it!
Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think?
Huh? That Mr. Canis is the killer.
And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us.
Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels. You want us to think it was one of his, right?
Indeed, that was her plan right from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Makarnas. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here. If we could just find the real murder weapon...
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom.
Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that.
The security gate?
Huh. I'm glad you at least remember what that is, and you remember what it does.
Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal, which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh!
Precisely. There's another murder weapon. It cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor could it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Cavell, what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish for me to believe that there's another murder weapon here in the prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here.
Alright, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set. But our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in.
Yes, the question of the hour is this. Can you show me this alternate route?
How did the weapon Lagarde used get into the prison?
You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me.
Of course! That's how!
The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well.
The fact that what is here with us?
I know you didn't all vote on it, but yeah, it was fine. Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday.
Yes, it was one of my bells. One of only 2 in existence.
Just 2?
2 and only 2. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me.
So you see, there is a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence, Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police. What? Mr. Katz's knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell that was attached to the chisel. Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as though the chisel was the murder weapon, and then attached the bell to it. In so doing, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it's been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde? But bells aren't exactly rare, you know? Anyone could have set that up. Unlucky for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique, because there's only 2 of them in existence. What? By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with. I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. Huh? But what if you do find something? That's gonna make this awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Well, yeah, but, you know, this worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. Goddess of Justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. No, but give Lagarde the opportunity. She'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. What do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No, I can't back down yet. I have to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can save Mr. Saint, and that means... even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Let's pull ourselves a phoenix right! I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. Not at all. We are pulling it right. If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing. Huh. You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think, Miles, think. Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in this zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place. No.
If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up.
Did she use the same trick? No, that's ridiculous. Isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden. Where is it, chat?
Take that!
Here? In the yard? Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden? You were all already saying it, so...
Take that!
Of course. That's where it must have been. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. What? How? The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel? Didn't we just figure out that it isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. What? No way! We've detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gabel, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian. I'm sure I could get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess! As you wish. Then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. Sir, we've got it! That has to be it! It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhimiharma Kansas's knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. I'm not the criminal here. This is all Canis is doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. He was his lapdog. Curse that duplicable bad Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. He ruined everything. Curse him, Kurtless, that bitchless buffer. The terrible man. Curse him! Oh, okay. Prosecutor Thwitner, sir. The test results have come back. Thwitner? I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis's knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up, and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. It will be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front.
Huh? Huh?
There's Clueless, and then there's you.
Well, then I guess we better go back to our investigation. All right, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir, I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time!
Okay. Good night, Ramsey. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered.
But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place.
The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth. In the eyes of both society and the law.
Stevish, I've got bad news for you. Stevish, I got really bad news for you. How can you even say that?
You do not have to believe me. However, as a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe.
Don't worry, trust me. Let's just say there's a reason that character exists. Let me just say that right now. And you'll regret saying that potentially later.
We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences.
What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his...
I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Cavell is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience?
Simeon, you're out! Hi, Regina!
Is everything alright? They did let you out, right?
Yeah? But I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go, and that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is.
Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, no. Stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug from under me now.
Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you. So say thanks already.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you for me, too.
Mr. Saint talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose.
Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney?
Sure. I'm not actually an attorney, though.
I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him, but now...
But now?
Well, it's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate someone enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that for me, he never really trusted me, did he?
That's not true, Simeon. Regina? I don't know. I don't care. Whatever. Of course he trusted you.
No, he didn't. If he had, he'd just have told me. I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps. That he had to let go of all that stuff.
Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves that Knight trusted him.
I think you only get one chance at this, so I'm going to make sure I have the right one, but you guys could tell me first. It shouldn't be too hard to figure out. Zoldo's saying chess. My badge, of course. Of course. Chess set. Now that 3 people have said it, the chess set is correct.
Take that!
It's the chess set I brought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape.
What? You mean he was using me?
No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping to keep you from getting caught up in this mess.
Oh, Bronco! Why didn't you tell me?
At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is.
I'll try. I have to. For Bronco. I have to show him that I can become the best animal trainer out there.
That's the spirit. Monkey.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, it's Maximilian Galactica.
I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we gotta go.
Well, I'll think about it.
All right, Simeon, we got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquired. What? Regent the tiger? No, wait, I can't. No.
Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You've never met a nicer kitty cat.
I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that. Please.
Another satisfied customer.
Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about putting one out of the bag.
I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate this case in the first place.
Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder and you're gonna make me blush. Or topple over.
I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously.
Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all.
To be an attorney.
Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing right there beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job.
That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure.
Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time?
Excuse me?
You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Miss Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everyone's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fenrir, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. Just asking a perfectly innocent question. The neck you were. Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles.
Fender, I am a prosecutor.
Yup, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too.
I'm serious.
Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting.
Follow in my father's footsteps. Could I really do such a thing?
I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad.
An attorney, like my father. Me? The end.
We're going to take a very short break for me to refill my water, and we're going right into turnabout into the third case.
All right, chat, and I'll ping the Discord so the people can join who want to see the case fresh. I'll be right back. Won't be long because I'm just refilling my water. Ooh, I'm back. And guess what, chat? This is one of the best cases in the game, in my opinion. Now, before we go any further, who here is familiar with Ace Attorney 1? The reason I ask is because this case will be immediately made better if you understand Ace Attorney 1. Or you know what happens in Ace Attorney 1. I'm not, like, straight up. This case is substantially improved if you know what happens in Ace Attorney 1. But let me go ping the Discord to let them know that we're starting case 3. All right, let's go. Turnabout Legacy. Start episode. Actually, I'll wait a little bit because I literally just pinged it. Let's wait for some people to potentially show up. From people I pinged. All right. I think I've given people enough time. Let's go. Episode 3, Turnabout Legacy. What shall we make today, kids?
Samson.
And Judy's Bake and Bow.
Macaroons, waffles with cream, cinnamon chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. But where? Over there. Over there, the oven's got something special to share. Now let's see what we've got for you. Samson and Judy's Bacon Bob, your 3 p.m. cupcake extravaganza. Macaroons, whatever. Wow, talk about a blast from the past. Hey, Gregory. I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. I'm finally going to find out what happened 18 years ago. April 2, 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. First of all, I gotta clear out the evidence. Goodbye, evidence. Boop. We are now on a clean slate. Well, Fender, are you finally gonna tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Hey, you had nothing going on. Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. Chill, big guy. I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case? Of course. Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite. See? I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite to him, the man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too. You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing. Well, that'll make explaining things easier. I wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. 18 years ago. December 24th, 5 o'clock p.m. Detention Center. Visitor's room. Hey, Mystery, this one really came out of the blue, huh? Hey, thank you, Noise. I changed the evidence chat, by the way. It did. We were called in here before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. A murder on Christmas Eve? What's the world coming to? In the dark of the night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely savers a-coming my way. Welcome, my friends, to the visitor's room. And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I cannot thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it? I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, at your service. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Pleased to meet you, sir. I'll do everything I can to help. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fresh lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it is an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little bit about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa. What? It really is you! Samson Tanagora, the world's greatest confectioner? You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson. All my pals do. Wow, thanks, Samson. I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. It seems Eddie knows something of our client. Mr. E, it's the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation! What shall we make today, kids? Macaroon, waffles with cream, different cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, while it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Look there, what, where? Over there! The oven's got something special to share. Right now, let's see what we've got for you! I almost started dancing along. Make it stop. No way! I got to sing with Samson Tanagora! This is a dream come true! Huh, thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. Die some cringe, shut up. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course, I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? So you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and a dancer? I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. You must really enjoy making desserts. Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others. Hey, they're not just things, they're works of art! What, Pixel? What's up? Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations. The stuff that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion? It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when a body was found inside of one of my creations. Inside of one of your... No way! The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now, here I am. But I could never take a life. Never. I'm sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake. I sure hope so. And what can you tell us about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were a thing of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangara, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct. I swear to you I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life. Never. He seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm gonna take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. Likewise. It's good to talk to someone other than those detectives. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both. And yes, for you asking Bakiri, this is not entirely through Gregory's eyes. And that's all I'm going to say. Brr, it's pretty cold out there, huh, Mr. E? I never saw so much snow. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it'll be letting up anytime soon. But just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Welcome, welcome everyone. Come on in, we'll have us some fun. Oh no! Are you alright? I'm sorry. Would you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode.
Judy Bound. It's an honor to meet you both. I'm the housekeeper here, and Miss Tangaroa's assistant. You're no housegoer. You're Judy Bound. The Judy Bound. You know a little something of my work? A little? I watch you on TV every chance I get.
We got a fanboy chat.
I'm Bacon Bop's biggest fan.
Let's Bacon Bop chat.
It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans.
And what might Bacon Bop be? Oh, look at Gregory being a fucking boomer. How could he not know Bacon Bop chat? Like the hottest thing on TV. What a fucking boomer. Absolute fucking boomer. It's only the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. To be fair, I wouldn't lie. A show where they dance and sing and make desserts, yeah, that would be kind of nice. Cool, wouldn't it? It's just like, what the fuck do you mean by that? I'm not a boomer.
The dynamic of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Like this. Check it out.
What shall we make today, kids? Oh no, they're doing it again, chat.
Cookie dough, caramel too, fluffy toast cream, tiramisu.
Everyone, come along. Bacon treats with a smile and a song.
Oh, where? Who? There, it's true. The oven's got something special for you. Ping, just take a bite and you will see. I don't know the lyrics or the melody, whatever. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender, bravo.
I dance along every time I watch the show.
Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later.
Oh yeah, baby Miles. This is when Miles is still a baby. And also not traumatized by earthquakes yet. But all this dancing really takes it out of a guy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea.
Unfortunately, Bakiri, I don't think we do.
This is Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall.
Interesting. So this is what Ceylon tea tastes like, huh?
How odd. The saucer's cold. Yes, it's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot. I see. These teacups are very unique, too. The design is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halik. Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world.
You're clearly a big fan of his work.
Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure.
She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason why we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier?
Of course. I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see.
You discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Miss Tangaroa's creations?
It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room.
So just for some additional context until you missed it before, for the people who enjoy Ace Attorney 1, you guys know the DL6 incident, right? Raise your hand if you know the DL6 incident. Yeah. The DL6 incident was the major case in Ace Attorney 1. What happened was Gregory Edgeworth faced off against Von Karma in court, and Gregory Edgeworth managed to land a blow on Von Karma, which caused him to receive a penalty. The only penalty he's ever gotten. Later that day, something happened in the elevator. An earthquake. An earthquake happened in the elevator. And Edgeworth, Yogi Annie, and Gregory Edgeworth were all trapped in an elevator. And Gregory Edgeworth was dead afterwards. Now, I'm not going to spoil what actually happens. Go play Ace Attorney 1 for that. But the case that we're playing through right now is the case that Gregory and Von Karma were in court for before the DL6 incident occurred. This is that case. For context.
Samson, are you in here? Ah! I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body.
Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience.
Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He could never do something like that.
Of course. Leave it to us, Miss Bound.
Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea then.
Come, Eddie, to the scene of the crime. Yes, sir, Mr. E. Gee whiz, I wonder if we've met that guy before. No way! Everything in this room's made of chocolate! I can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations up close and personal! I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. Oh, just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold. Yeah, now that you mention it, it is pretty chill. Achoo! Defense on the scene already. That was fast. A pleasure to meet you. Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. The detective in charge is named Bad, a man of few words. Something about this just doesn't taste right. Fender, what the fuck? You're eating your notepaper? He likes to chew over his thoughts, rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him to digest and remember them. I'm glad he doesn't do that anymore in the modern day, let me just say that. Most normal Ace Attorney character, indeed. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Although I'd be the first to admit that it's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Tangaroa's attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook. Even put words in their client's mouth. You think I'd need that on my crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that. I don't trust attorneys. Okay, kid. Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on the investigation of the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent, and you didn't even see the scene yet? That's some flimsy lawyering. That's exactly why I wish the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. Huh. You about to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene? I am. Tch. Fine. Knock yourselves out. Thank you, detective. But I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it. That was a lollipop this whole time? I must admit, I didn't see that coming either. We better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. On it, Mr. E! Let's get this over with. It's investigating time, baby! There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is of the same design as the one Miss Bound served us earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? The pot and cup were dusted for prints. His were the only ones they found. And was that the cause for the utensils too? The case for the utensils too? Everything else had been washed, so there weren't any prints to find. And if Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries, that could explain why prints were only found on the teapot and cup. Alright, I'm gonna have to be very careful with how I handle evidence here, because there's something unique about this case and how it handles evidence. So, I'm gonna do my best, but we should be okay. So this is where the body was discovered. Yeah. They took it away already. But everything else is just as we found it. It appears that the body was inside a treasure chest. Yeah. A woman by the name of Bound found it. I already read this out loud. I'm not reading it out loud again. What, Pixel? Seems she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was. If only we had just a little more information. There's something else in here. Huh? It looks like a seal of some kind, with somebody's initials and an intricate shape carved onto it. Is it for making those fancy whack things on documents? Do you think it belongs to the victim? I don't know, Pixel. I think it's an art website? I'm not sure. No idea, but it's gotta get logged anyway, so I'll take that. What do you mean, Pixel? It's really rather impressive making an entire ship out of chocolate. That's Samson Tangaroa for you. Don't you just want to take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first, though? That's the real head scratcher, you know? Bite any part of it, kid. You'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. Hey, it was just a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I do sometimes wish Eddie could keep it cool a little better. It's titled Voyage of the Red Rover. After sailing the 7 seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. Who knew? So they sailed the 6 whole seas before they found anything? Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Sometimes you gotta take a bunch of wrong turns before you find the truth. That's what being a real detective is all about. Did they even have detectives back in those days? One of the stands for the ship is broken. The ship collapsed because one of the stands broke. The ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think... Could that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death, and not a murder. You too serious? Don't worry, Detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a little bit more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace. You can see for yourselves. Death was from blunt force trauma. And what about the weapon? Has it been found yet? Okay, good. It's just the 3D model. Look, there's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. I suppose that must be Paul Halik's pottery mark. Those are his initials, after all. Mrs. Bound said that he's a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if I made it, would it say EF? Perhaps you should practice by initialing your personal belongings first. Yes, what a gorgeous design. Really, seems a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your T in there? Art isn't about function, Eddie. It's about form. Guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff is way beyond me. You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? No skin off my nose. It's not like it's official. Bound took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means that it develops the pictures right there, and then when you take them. No way, sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I'll need to call in my powers of deduction to figure out why. Oh, I gotta take 2 pictures here. Of course, game. Whoops, I need to go back to Imager for a second. There we go. And the second picture. And done. Refresh your evidence and it should be there. Yep, I'm adding evidence to the list for your guys' convenience. And you are?
Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, detective?
Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth. A pleasure to meet you. And I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender.
I see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner, here for the contest.
You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto?
The art of air and sugar.
No way! Look at that! It's a little baby seahorse!
It's a dragon. A noble, soaring creature of the skies.
1 second. How do you do that? Very carefully.
It does look more aquatic than airborne.
No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anyone. That's why I'm heading to Zhengfa when this all over. I need to train. Hard.
Perhaps we should get off the subject of the design sense for now. So what are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet.
Detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here.
Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto.
Sugar-blowing clumps. They put air into the sugar.
They're so cool! It's like watching a swordmaster do his thing!
I'm no master. Not a day goes by that I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess. The way only the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning. Not until you die.
The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. What can you tell me about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play.
The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art. Confectionery as art.
Confectionery as art?
Art you can eat. Every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible.
The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate.
Tangaroa is a genius. A once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair. He has it all. And if you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win.
I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kind of hard, yeah?
As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here. Nothing else matters.
So you're competing for a title, effectively.
And a treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. If you want to know more, it's all written down here. It's the list of rules that was given out to contestants.
Contest rules. A piece of paper listed the current rules for the contest. Prizes, the ultimate cookbook, and the title of World's Greatest Confectioner. Rules, judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost row. All contestants to gather in Mr. Tangaroa's room when judging ends. 2. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. 3. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Let's add that to the evidence, shall we?
Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over.
How was the judging organized?
It started at 3 p.m. Tangaroa began making the rounds right about then. He left his own room, then worked away around the venue clockwise. My creations were the first to be judged. After that, he went to Scone's room. She's another one of the contestants.
What could you tell us about her?
Ruthless. Brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She was working with cream. Some kind of dreamscape. Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavored ice. Sculptures this time, or so I've heard. Bound found the body, while Tangaroa was still making the rounds. She panicked.
Ran to call the cops. Tangaroa was right on judging. Claims he didn't know a thing about it until afterwards. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Huh. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? I was going to ask about the piece on the wall here. The one in the frame. It seemed like something was off. So I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. But then you bozos showed up and pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we could take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Of course. Confectionery is my life. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Who knew that you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is God among men. Is it really made of chocolate, though? It looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye. I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook? In other words, the grand prize. What? So it's not made of chocolate after all? No. The book is simply enframed in some. Tangadara showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. So the participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame. Something's missing. Ah, the oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gust about earlier. Yes. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. So it's not just me. Huh? What's missing? I better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate. What part of the frame is missing some chocolate, chat? Yes, I'm asking you, even if it's obvious. Look at the decorative work in this corner here. Something's missing, no? Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. That's not like Tangaroa. The balance is all wrong. But that's not all. Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. You're right! The candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. Did somebody deliberately damage them? That's a very good question. Or did Tangaroa just want it to look like somebody messed with his work? He'd never do something to his own creations. Never! Could this have some deeper meaning for the case? Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints. It could certainly be important to the case. It's a real head scratcher, all right. Jesus, the bots are relentless today. I don't know why I'm getting so many bots, bro. Am I not cheap enough? True. Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves. Aw, where's your sense of romance, of adventure? There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. Achoo! Are you alright, Eddie? Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. And besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. Huh, I did, didn't I? Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature.
Take a look behind that panel on the wall.
What panel?
Look at that! It was here the whole time! There's one in each of the contest rooms. Tangaroa hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. It goes all the way down to negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. So, in effect, each room is a giant freezer. It's 59 degrees in here, no wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bad, you, mind if we turn it up a little? Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. But I'm not a detective! The same goes for attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of a crime. Get used to the cold. It's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it's your job. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that anymore. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? If it's not too hot or humid, a lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Such a bad kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? I suppose he must be very fond of them. Why, Fire Chief? Why you do? I'm not up. Why are you calling me a dork? I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this abuse. This is abuse. Give me 1 second, chat. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. Alright, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm sorry to do this to y'all. But while I'm doing that, mull over this for a second. What was the sound Bound heard coming from Tangaroa's room? The victim was struck and killed with some kind of blunt object. The ship's collapsed because one of its stands broke, and Tangaroa's creations have all been tampered with in several places. I'll be right back.
No, Bakiri, I just had to go to the freaking bathroom. So, yeah. I'm back. So what am I connecting? It looks like you want me to connect broken stand and sound of something breaking. The stand broke, and the ship collapsed with it. And the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. Yeah, said the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. But why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. Could that really have been the case? Anything else we can infer here, chat? Bakiri is saying damage creations and why. Stevish is saying blunt force and damage creation and why did it break? Stevish, you sound like you're going back. Should we do what Bakiri wants, which is this? Yeah, okay. All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we could safely say the stand was damaged in our mysterious person's tampering spree.
And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest, which would have remained closed otherwise. This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. Do you think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning someone to death with one of them. Can't tell what's real in here. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills. How's it looking over here, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or... Yes, sir! So, there is? Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? No. So, you do have something to add. Oh, no. Can't get a straight answer out of anyone. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? Oh, it's warm, sir. The steam in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water is circulated back into the rooms. Unusual, to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks. They're all crazy. What have I not examined? A real crime scene! This is so exciting! This isn't a game, Eddie. I need you to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mr. E. I'm taking notes on everything. You are? What kind of notes? Notes about how all this delicious stuff is made. I can't wait to try it for myself. I'm not playing around, Edward. Take this seriously. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth! Huh. Gloves. Tangaroa wore them when he was working on his masterpiece over there. They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints, too. I suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. But is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I'm a detective. Everything's suspicious. That's the job. Alright, I'm actually a little confused. What have I not investigated? The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. It looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display here in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the other nautical objects on display. Certainly a suitably grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents. The picture is not made of chocolate. It's the cover of a book, the Ultimate Cookbook. The Ultimate Cookbook. In other words, the grand prize. Yes, framed in chocolate. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. The participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. There's nothing else here. A well-equipped kitchen, as one might expect. Sadly, it doesn't look like there's much else to be found in the way of clues. Nothing of interest in the fridge either. We checked. I'm sorry, but it really does look like I've explored everything, and I'm not really sure what I'm missing here.
Am I supposed to present something to someone? Because it looks like there's a check mark on everything. Oh, there's a deduce here. There we go. What are we deducing, chat? Is there something about this that's odd? Where'd the body go? Well, it was taken to get examine your imagination. That's why the white outline is there. Is the chest made of chocolate? Yes. Everything in this room is made of chocolate. Check the evidence, chat. Why not? Is there something about this crime scene that seems like it's missing? Or something is unright? What do we have to deduce with? One of our pieces of evidence. People are saying this right now. What evidence should we present for this? This is what's currently being voted on. You said the only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body? Yeah, that and that piece of cloth it was wrapped in. There's something here. It doesn't quite add up. It doesn't? Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anything mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased head. And yet, that part of the chest is now gone. That part with the blood all over it! Exactly. So did the police remove it? Or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene? Could be. Crime scenes note updated in my record. I think we're about done here for now. I wish they just updated the description. Instead of having to make me take a whole nother fucking picture. Bastards. Should be updated. No! You gotta be shitting me! I fucking hate it here. They fucking hate me, bro. I literally just took a picture of that and updated it. And then they immediately updated it again. There you fuckers go. Alright, now it should be accurate for you fuckers. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it. No two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place, locked from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. I see. And who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa. And it's the only one. There aren't any copies. Of course he was, right, chat? With the mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody else's room anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. But Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope. Which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Would you care to explain your thinking? If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judges finished up. So he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. The one thing he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney? Do you also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in the room? Yep. I know you have to believe your client. That's your job. But I'm a detective, and I serve the law. No matter how squeaky clean someone might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. I fully understand your reasoning, Detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Heh. Do your worst. As the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. Here we go. What do we... Anything we should present, or should we start pressing, chat? Well, Gregory Edgeworth is a defense attorney, so he's more like right in terms of his job compared to Edgeworth, who's a prosecutor. Press? We can do that. That's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaroa, Detective. And that's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right on, Mr. Attorney. Maybe quit interrupting and let me finish. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why would he deliberately not lock his door? Because if he locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he did it, since he had the only key. But maybe it was just a coincidence? Maybe he just left it unlocked without meaning to? He just happened to leave it unlocked, and someone just happened to find a body inside. Come on, kid. You'll never make detective thinking like that. But I don't want to be a detective. I want to be an attorney. I'd be grateful if you stopped trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaroa left his door unlocked. And why he smashed the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. You're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yep.
If he hadn't, the body would have never been found. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contest at the same time. Exactly! And besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on the bacon bob while dancing! It's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. This isn't about what happens on TV, kid. I think it is, Bakiri. You know about Bacon Pop, Detective? Am I the only one who isn't familiar with this show? Wow, I never would have guessed! Can you sing the theme song too? Never mind that now. Focus. The point is this. Tangaroa was responsible for breaking that lid. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up. The judging began in Mr. Gusto's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out myself. In that case, how about a demonstration? Well, it's you, Detective. Are you calling him a dirty dog? It's a wolf! Huh? A lone wolf? I like it. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow. So he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. Autopsy report's still pending. And yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa. We may not know when the murder happened, but we know when the body was discovered. It was while Tangaroa was judging Gusto's room. The perfect alibi if you could set it up just right. It's still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I've got nothing more to say to you. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? Mr. Bad seems to be convinced that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit. But there's no way he would have vandalized his own creations. No way! Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that. Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Pat's theory. Alright, chat, what's our game plan here? What's our plan of attack? If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room, and why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Okay, Bakiri is saying he didn't smash anything, he wasn't there. Okay, he wants to present the rules? Okay. Any objections? We need one more person to confirm the yes. And I'll do it.
Objection.
There's clearly a contradiction in what you just said. What you, me, and my lollipop have in common. I have no idea. Mess with either one too long, and you start losing teeth. Don't test me, or I might have to throw this thing at you. From now on, I'll need to watch out for cavities in both my teeth and logic. My apologies. Let me try that again.
You want to present the rules on this statement? Same as, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. Guys, why are you still saying yes? Your imagination said he wants to. He said no, sorry. Sorry, I'm reading something myself here. He is saying he didn't lock the room, but we'll see.
Objection.
There's clearly a contradiction in what you just said. Okay, no, that was wrong. I think I know what the answer is, but I'm not 100% confident in it. And I think somebody in chat did say it. It's just about presenting it incorrectly a little while back. So the statements are, if the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room, and why he smashed in the lid of his treasure chest so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. So once again, the door had been locked when the body was found. Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room, and why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Mr. Bat seems pretty convinced that Tangaroa is the culprit. There's no way he would have vandalized his own creations, no way! Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that. Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Pat's theory. Who was the victim again? Frost. This guy. The small hint is what Gregory said. He mentioned that we should think about the events that led to the body's discovery. And that's what you should be thinking about. What is the notes on the statement about it being smashed? What do you mean by that, Aware? You should have access to all of the evidence inside. If you click on it, it should show you everything. Like, I took a picture of this, so you should be able to see it, if that's what you mean. When I press? You're saying that Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed the chest open? Yep, if he hadn't, the body would have never been found. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contents at the same time. Exactly, and besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on the bacon bob while dancing. It's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. Isn't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bop? I'm the only one who isn't familiar with this show. Oh, I never would have guessed. Can you sing the theme song too? Never mind that now. Focus.
point is this. Tangaroa was responsible for breaking the lid. Crime scene notes on He Smash. Any objections?
Objection!
We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Mrs. Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely, based on the evidence. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. And if that hadn't occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at that time. I never said he did it then and there. Should have done something to the stand, so it collapsed when he's in the middle of judging.
Objection!
Have you had a way of proving that assertion? Nope. But the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. So he doesn't have everything conclusive. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Yup, on the door. But we found Tangaroa and Frost's prints on there too. We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started to work on our creations. Those prints are probably from then. I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet. Why would... We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine. But if we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list. Got it? You, check all of this chocolate stuff for prints. Now. Yes, sir, right away. Detective Bad, we finished dusting the chocolate and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangaroa, sir. Go on. Whose? Delicious Scone, sir. She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir! So it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa. Huh. Even without your lawyerly input. I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'll go speak to Miss Scone. See what she has to say for herself. Delicious Scone. Mr. Gutso mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless. That she'd do anything to win. This Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes, I think we better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bat, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting you is not my job. Ah, come on! But, I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. But Detective Pat, sir! I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor is still busy in there. It'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. Who is this him? Who did they assign the case to? Manfred von Karma. What? They got him to von Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years! Manfred von Karma. A living legend over at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that detract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right.
We just finished part 1, chat. You want to know how many parts there are in this case? Do you want to know? 9! It's a long case. Whoa, a candy castle! And look, there are even some little elves to go with it too! Rooms laid out, pretty much the same as Tangaroa's. It's not as cold though. It's not as cold though, that's something. Let's see. Yeah, looks like there's a temperature control panel in here too. Over there, where that orange light is, right? We better take a closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicia Stone. Where is Mr. Scone? Me? Why, I'm just over here, dearie! Oh, just look at you lovely boys! Delicia Scone, at your service! Some cheeky blighters back at Mighty even called me Miss Delicious, tee! Called a lonely boy at 34. Unexpected, to say the least. Wait, please tell me you're not. Edgeworth, if you're 34, you're the oldest looking 34-year-old I've ever seen in my life. You look like you're in your fucking 50s, bro. Yeah. Lovely boys? Really? Even Mr. E? Oh, yes, dear. You, the detective over there. You're all lovely boys to me. I'm nobody's lovely boy, lady. Name's Bad. Bad also looks like he's old as fuck, but I bet he's 30 as well. Okay, no, he's 42. Thank God. He actually does look like a 42-year-old. I wonder just how old she is. Finish this up so that we can get out of here, Mrs. Attorney. Sorry, chat. I was just checking something. Bad is immortal? Yes. He's bad at dying. Yes, alright. What is the meaning of this? Chit-chatting with the defense? Mr. Edgeworth, some scary guy just stepped out of the castle. Von Karma. What? He's Manfred von Karma? Sorry, mannequins. The notorious prosecutor von Karma himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. I couldn't care less what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear. Never to show your sniveling face again. What a thoroughly rude individual. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. You're even scarier than they say. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. You were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. On Karma. Huh. Why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy.
So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it.
Why the sudden change of heart?
You, the tall fellow. Name's bad. Is that so hard to remember? My voice isn't deep enough? Bro, do you want me to die? That would kill my throat. And right now my throat is already hurting a little bit. So no, I'm not fucking doing that, Bakiri.
I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. But I do admire your spirits. Bad. See to it that these worms don't step out of line.
Why do I have to?
I'm not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusto's room. Good day.
Great. More babysitting. Why are Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them. Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it. Indeed. I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives. At least we could do that much. Hold up. I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing it up before I get my chance. You'll have to wait till I'm done. Huh? But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at this room yet? Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Right up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Let's say we look over the room together, Detective. It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. Kind of screwball attorney asks to have a detective breathing down his neck. Huh. Guess I'm stuck with you. For a little while longer. Yes! You're amazing, Mr. E! You have our thanks, Detective Bad. It is not done by Stream Elements. It's actually hard-coded by me. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in the way, you're out of here. Of course, we understand. Now, shall we begin? Begin investigation. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made out of sugar and cream. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. I didn't know you were into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get so carried away there. Oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. I sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. Statute book. I can't help but worry that his interests will make it hard for him to make friends. Don't say that. He sounds super interesting. He'll make a ton of friends. Me included, I'm sure. I'd like to think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. A big brother, huh? Guess I'd have some growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. And with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? The doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was the guy born in a barn? You could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Wait, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anything's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Tch, Cream's going all runny. It's all over the detective's shoes. Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? Alright. Tell me what you want me to look at first. There's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls altogether. Well, they certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost looks like somebody hid it in here. And I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. 2 big rock crystals. Looks like somebody wasn't using the castle for storage. Kind of expected something a little more exciting behind these doors. Oh, I know. Maybe they're like giant uncut gemstones. Maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle with a princess treasure hidden inside. I think I'd treat my princess treasures with a little more care. There's something on the bottom of them. Looks like a little stand or something. For some reason, there's stands mounted on the bottom of the rock crystals we found inside the candy castle. I was right! They are gemstones! The stand must be so they can be put on display. Well, whatever they are, it seems they're not just a large set of paperweights. Huh. These pillars. They have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Well, whatever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry. A giant strawberry with hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? Can't blame a guy for wishing. I prefer bananas myself. Blueberries for me. What about you, chat? What's your favorite fruit? There's a small door on the wall here, just like Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. Lights set to green. Banana, watermelon, you don't know. Mine's probably strawberries too. Mango, interesting. Peach, good choices. Didn't Gusto say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature in here is too high. That is odd. I wonder why. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. Huh, the whipped cream decorations are beginning to lose their shape. But the elf seems completely fine. Strange. Don't turn around, don't turn around. If you turn around, you'll eat it. You can't eat the castle. Don't eat the castle. I guess he's watching his sugar intake. There's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. I wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Magno down 911? Homicyanide 247? Wait, they're all poisons? No, sir. They're common colorings and flavorings used in candies and desserts. The first is concentrated mango, boiled down to its purest essence. Hence, mango down. Tuh. They're asking for trouble with a name like that. Now I'm curious as to what homicyanide might be. Homicyanide. What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two? Why, yes! Nothing happened at all! Huh? But you just said yes. That was a hello, yes, you silly boy. Aren't you just the sweetest little sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again? Oh, Eddie. Eddie Lumpkin! Oh, you'll go so far, dearie, I can tell. Eddie Lumpkin? It seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment. It's not exactly what I picture when I think of a gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind that now. We should ask her a few questions while we can. Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest? Of course, dearie. Let's see. It all started about 10 in the morning. That's when we set to work. And, well, I spent most of the time here in my room, getting everything ready, as you'd expect. Ooh, and then there was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so from around 1, I think? Afternoon tea. It's an English tradition. A chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. So kinda like recess? I suppose you could say that. Oh, you really know our onions, don't you, Greggy Pegleg? Such a clever boy. When did I become Greggy? Where was this afternoon tea served? Oh, in the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. They do it at the same hour every break time during the contest. They had a nice little spread, you know? But today, only me, Samson, Silly Pants, and Moody Judy were there for it. Sammy Poodle had already finished his big creation, so he was there the whole time.
But poor old Chillywinks and Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet, bless them. You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto were present? That's right, dearie. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. But I wasn't about to miss out on tea and cakes served by our two TV superstars. I went right back to work when I finished, though. Toodle off while the others were still nattering away. At any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms? What? No, dear, don't be silly. That's strange, because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Eee! Caught red-handed! Wait, so you admit you were there? Oh, well, I can hardly deny it now, can I? But I didn't kill anyone, I swear! I suppose I better tell you what really happened. Just promise you'll believe me, won't you, dear? What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Well, I was supposed to call it research. Research? Sammy Poople's a dab hand when it comes to old sweet making. Everyone knows that. So I noticed there was no one in there. I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I say. What kind of research leaves fingerprints? Yes, well, it stands to reason that I'd leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble now, is it? What? You ate little pieces of them? So, the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room. That was you? I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to fucking make a mess. I just had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? I didn't want more Sammy Poople getting upset, so it was just the teensiest bits and pieces. And the stand holding up the ship. You took a bite out of that too, I suppose. Oh, yes, dear. Of course I did. It was you. You brought the whole thing crashing down. Hey, I'm so sorry, my lovely. Truthfully, I am. Hold on. Is that why you left the afternoon tea early? You were heading off for a second helping of sweets? Look, just please believe me. I never killed anybody. I promise. Her actions were certainly suspicious. That's about all we can say for now. She's an idiot. We've got a lot of logic, chat. Time to put it all together, shall we? So we've got blunt force trauma. The victim was struck and killed with some kind of blunt object. Running cream. The whipped cream is melting and will lose its shape at the slightest touch. High temperature. The temperature of Scone's room isn't suitable for whipped cream. Hexadontal indications. There are hexadontal indications at both pillars. I wonder what they're for. Rock crystals. For some reason, there are stands mounted at the bottom of the rock crystals we found inside the Candy Castle. Scone visited another contestant's room in the name of research. Cream and temperature, and then we'll do rock crystal and hex afterwards. The whipped cream in this room is collapsing because the temperature is too high. It's 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. And yet... when you open the doors to the castles, the handles themselves were just fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy? It's not the way I would describe most things made out of confectionaries. I think we better take another look at those handles, don't you? What the? I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. It's not just the handles. The whole castle, the little elves, they're all just plastic models with whipped cream smeared on top. What? So none of this confectionery art after all? No, it's simply made to look like candy, with the cream having been added to lend an air of authenticity. Fucking cheater! And now we'll do what JP asked. Holy cheater, Batman! The rock crystal stands and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh yeah, hexagon to hexagon. Makes perfect sense. But if that's the case, then why are they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle. I imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone, what were you using the items inside the castle for?
Oh, those? Sorry, Lampkin, but I'm not allowed to say. Let me guess. Von Karma? How did you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. You'll have my guts for garters. It seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, thought we were onto something with those giant rock crystals, but... What's that, dearie? You're interested in my little trinkets? Your trinkets? Yes, my sweet. I used it to make people all lovely and relaxed. You use rock crystals and cloths to do that? I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. And they're not just any old rock crystals either. They're great big lumps of salt with lights inside of them. Wow, those things are lamps? Oh, that's not even the half of it. Those cloths hold an even more exciting secret. She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here, why don't I give you a lovely boy's a taste of my relaxation magic, hmm? Oh, baby bumpkin, can you get us all set up for me? The name is bad. Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Patty Bumpkin? Have you finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir, we have, sir. Then help Miss Scone here with something, will you? They're known to cause brain damage? Got it. Yes, sir, right away, sir. Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Batty Bee? That's amazing, Miss Scone. You got to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent. Thank you ever so much, Babykins, and Pattykins, and you, Officer Lovely. She's even giving me games to the forensic guys now. Guess it's her way of showing that she cares. So, what about this is supposed to be relaxing, exactly? Oh, don't be a big sourpuss, Baggy Pete. The fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now. Yes, ma'am. Huh. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. Wish my son were here to see it. Isn't it though? Isn't it just wonderful? The 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's my theme, you see. And I thought it would be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen? Yeah, but it's also not made of candy, which is like cheating. One of the elves must be feeling a little left out. This is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm glad you lovely boys got to see it, at least. Wait, shouldn't the lamps be lit up too? What's happened there, I wonder? I think we better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Well, already something's catching my attention. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? Look, there's a red stain on one of the left. That's not just a stain. That's... Yep, it's blood, all right. I can smell it. What? Blood? Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb is broken? We better take a closer look at the other one, too. So Miss Scone is actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Then why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken? Except, there's plenty of other places she could have put them. The best place to hide some salt in is some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide in a tree is in the forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. I'll need to point it out by making a deduction. No, I think it wants us to do something a little bit more obvious. Because, like, listen to what he says here. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. I'll need to point it out by making a deduction. So that's what we're trying to deduce. The fact that she was going to be putting these salt lamps up for display. Nakiri is saying the rules. Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, Detective. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloths would both have been against the rules. Is that why they were stashed away inside the castle? I think we need to dig a little further into this with Mr. Scone before we can say for sure. But yeah, that was it. This elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Scone. Well, I didn't want to, did I, dear? But one of my cloths and one of my little machines went missing. A cloth and what sort of machine exactly? Oh, you'll never guess how it all works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these little jigs. They're called full spectrum light emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optical fiber strand. That's what makes the cloth glow. With a little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Bright red like the ferocious, fiery flames. Good cold blue like crystalline crystals of ice. They have these special batteries that last for donkey's years. They don't mind the cold at all. Forgive me. These machines, they're what makes the special luminous cloth light up in all these beautiful colors, Mr. E. I see. So much new technology, I could barely keep up. So these light-emitting devices. You lost one of them in a piece of luminous cloth? That's right, Lampkin! Heaven only knows where they could have gotten to. This cloth could have something to do with the case. All right, chat, more logic. Let's go. Give me your best logic, chat. Lamp plus blunt. We know that the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. And we found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? For sure, it could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. You, science guy, did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir, just got done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. There you have it. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. I'm beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. What next, chat? We've got Scone visited another contestant's room in the name of research. Scone used decorations that weren't made from the confectionaries. Scone's confections were all fakes. What was she up to? So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules. Yeah, guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. And why is it so warm in here? You think it's got something to do with all of this? That's a good question. I think we better go ask Mrs. Scone herself. Miss Scone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? Because I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? And besides, being chilly's no good for a girl. If I want to keep my fresh face complexion, I gotta be careful about these things. We ladies have to stay young, don't you know? How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. It's not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie. This is a question, of course it does. Oh, she's from UK! I should be giving her a British accent. Noted. But most of your work is made out of whipped cream. And whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate. I can't do a British accent. I'm sorry, I'm gonna try.
Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me. I can't do it, man. What is a British accent? What even is a British accent? I've only gone and made a whoops. That's like Southern. Fucking damn it. How do I do this? Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me. I've only got game and made a whoops. That I can't. It's like posh. I'm trying. I can't do it. A bottle of water. Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me. It just still sounds like fucking Southern. It's the way she's using like and stuff. It's throwing me off. Ah, fuck it. I'm just gonna do the voice I did before. Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me. I only got it made a whoopsie. Wait, she really didn't know that? World-class confectioner, my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant to the basic facts of her supposed craft. Miss Scone grows more mysterious by the minute. Well, I think there's only one choice here. I wonder what it could be. Miss Scone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created. And she says that she snuck into another entrance room for research purposes. Hardly the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I pictured a top pro acting. Does she maybe just lack a little confidence, or she's not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into that room to do some research. Wait, you mean maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying for certain just yet. But she is hiding something. That much I'm certain of. That's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Yes, we've clearly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched the room. And yet, he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too. Him and Scone. How could you, Batty Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that! It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma and Miss Scone as I am. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? Of course, dear. Where are we off to? To find Mr. Von Karma. Mr. Von Karma, we'd like to speak with you, if that's all right. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon. We did. It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Ha! Nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found. Tangaroa is guilty. And as long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain. How can he be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Miss Scone's room? Huh, of course I do, and I'll be delighted to share it with you. The murder weapon. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon, considerably less so. And that is why there is no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. So it's your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Scone's room? And I'll check for you. He is 49. Damn, she's 16. And he's 39. I don't know how I feel about that. But whatever.
It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion. It is a fact, based on my own investigation.
You mean you have proof that he did so?
I don't need any such thing. Whoa. If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic.
Alright, chat, what's our game plan? Also, you guys think it over for a hot second. I need to set something up. Just give me a brief moment. Okay. You don't know he's too scary. How many statements were there? 5. So I'll start pressing until you all think of something. So he took one of the salt lamps from Miss Scone's room back to his own.
Indeed. He prepared it beforehand, knowing that it would be the perfect weapon in which to kill Frost.
We found the lamp in Miss Scone's room. Surely this casts Miss Scone herself in a suspicious light.
Perhaps if you would let me finish. Now, as I was saying...
And that is why there is no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. And you want to present finger marks on this? Explain your reasoning. I'm gonna keep pressing for now. You're talking about the lamp made of rock salt that was hidden inside the Candy Castle, correct?
Precisely. I was the one who found it. So be grateful. It's thanks to me that you even have such a vital piece of evidence.
What made you go inside the castle in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? Good point. Maybe he just wanted to see what it was like in there?
Fools! You think I went on there on a whim? I went in there because detectives are an incompetent lot. So I investigated it myself.
But I had nothing to do with the initial investigation. That's right. Detective Bad wasn't a part of this investigation until very recently.
You want my trust, detective? You'll have to earn it. And a good first step would be to stop wasting my time. Now, if you'll allow me to continue. If it hadn't been found in the victim's body, Tangaroa would have been doubly suspicious.
But he came under suspicion anyway due to the body being in his room. So why...
Would you like to hear a favorite expression of mine? Even a dog can hold still and stay. Now let me finish.
If only I could say the same to you. So you think he hid the body in the chest, but removed the murder weapon from the crime scene?
Yes. He foolishly believed his own creation to be the perfect hiding place.
I'm sorry, I had to help myself. I think you mean you couldn't help yourself, no? She doesn't seem very sorry to me.
In any case, the weapon was taken away, but the body remained at the scene of the crime. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect.
But if there's no proof, how can you say for certain that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit?
Is that the best you can do at pressing me?
Listen here, the presence of the body in Tangaroa's room is in itself proof enough of his guilt.
Objection!
And you didn't find evidence pointing to any other possible suspects. Perhaps you should take another look. You might... You really don't give up, do you? There's no need to take another look. Tangaroa is guilty. End of story. If you insist on us searching otherwise, then show me some proof to back up your ridiculous claims. I have to think back over the scene of the crime. If Mr. Tangaroa really isn't guilty, then there must be something that points to somebody else. Pressing Mr. Von Karma on any of his statements won't have much of an effect, I fear. My only hope is to find a piece of evidence that contradicts his claims. No, I don't think there's anything there. The Kiri's saying, wait, wait, wait. So you want to present crime scene notes? Or the cloth, okay. Anyone disagree?
Objection!
It's true that the murder weapon and the bloodstained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime, but something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. The cloth covering the victim's lower half, is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room? What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colorful cloths at the scene of the crime, you say? Huh, luminous cloth. Nonsense. I see no light to speak of. I guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent. Look at his face. I don't think he was expecting that. But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth in Miss Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belonged to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest. Eek! Braggy peg leg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people? I'm not accusing you of anything just yet, but I do think that you're hiding something. That's not... Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder. Exactly. Is something funny? Her foot.
Only that you walked so carelessly into my trap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you.
What does he mean?
Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began, and noted that the lamps and cloths contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them, and took them into his own room for safekeeping.
What?
Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost, as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. And as you now know, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder. So you see, I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel to have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom? This can't be happening.
Wait, all of our hard work was for nothing? Mr. Scone, why did you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? Well, dear, Mannequin said that if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion. Mr. Von Karma said that? And he wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago.
Pathetic.
Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result.
One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2, and only 2, sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon.
2?
Yes, those of Delicia Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost, and was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict.
Objection!
But wait, what about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room?
What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body.
I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying.
No more pitiful objections? Then get out of my sight, and close the door behind you.
Mr. E! I'm not about to just give up.
If I see you need to waste more of my time, Bad, escort them off the premises, now.
This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad.
What is the meaning of this?
Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for.
We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. But whatever they might be, they're no business of the defense's.
I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad.
What?
This is yet an unidentified something that was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Well, chat, what are we presenting here? What are we considering? Something that was left at the scene of the crime that is not accounted for or explained yet. Right now he wants to present this.
Take that.
We still haven't properly identified this piece of evidence. That's not what I was thinking of. Oh. It seems you're the only one who isn't satisfied here. And I assure you, there is no such thing as an unidentified piece of evidence to avant karma. I picked the wrong thing. Still, a single question does remain. Come on, chat! Get your thinking caps on. Your imagination's now saying this.
Take that.
There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belong to the murderer, it could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. How do you know so much about the crime scene? Because I let them look around. You let the defense examine the scene, Bad? Are you out of your mind? I don't remember you telling me not to. Huh, insolent worm. You would do well to remember this then, detective. That the results of your next year's salary review is up to me. Ugh. Detective Bad's in trouble now too? Probably not, MRL, to be quite honest. I'm sure glad you're my boss, said Mr. Edgeworth. As long as you remember that the results of your salary review is up to your performance on this case. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. But it's entirely possible those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations.
Objection.
But can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there is still something about Mrs. Scone that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Oh, stop it, Craigie! Stop it, stop it! Why are you being so mean to poor old pal Alicia? I owned up to nibbling for Sammy Boopy Sweeties. What more do you want? I don't want to have to make you a suspect. That much is certain. But you lied to us. And you're still not telling us everything. Craigie, stop it! Stop bullying me! I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry I'm just a little muddy-headed girl. What more do you want me to say? I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough! I'll thank you keep your baseless accusations to yourself. Evidence is everything in the courtroom, in case you've forgotten. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand you present something to back it up. But this isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless, what proof do I have that Mr. Scone doesn't know the first thing about making desserts? What is it, chat? I don't think we have evidence called face confections, Steve-ish. Now, your imagination is saying fake confections. Yes, that is something we have. Every single one of Miss Scone's creations break the rules of the contest. The offending items, the cloths and the lamps, were duly confiscated, as we have established. And the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself.
Objection.
But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it, is all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. No real-world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is this true, Bad? Yup. Saw it with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects.
But no, dear, I'm no killer.
Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work?
All right. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you could believe it.
A pharmacist? I can't blame him for being so surprised. Couldn't be further from what we imagined. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one?
Well, I just love eating sweeties, if you know. And semi-poodle sweets are the best, or so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final.
Even Mr. Von Karma is at a loss for words.
That's it? That's the only reason you're here? Yes, dearie, and it was worth it. Samson's Silly Fan Sweeties are the tastiest treats I've ever did eat.
And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves?
No, that wasn't me, dear. I don't even wear gloves.
Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves.
Exactly, Lambkin. Greggy Peggy's got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman.
Is your head filled with cream too?
Sorry, mannequins.
Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled?
No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tipped over into Chillywink's room for a little taste, too.
You were in the victim's room, too?
Yes, dear. Nobody was in there, you see?
Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead.
But I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted anything so salty in my life. So I had myself one of the other tasty star-shaped bits off to the side to cleanse my palate.
You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed. What didn't she sample?
That's everything, I promise. Craigie Pickles, mannequins, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things.
As long as what you've told us the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Do not think for a second that this means I myself believe you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Mr. Von Karma, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we allow to investigate the veracity of our conclusions. Accompany me if you'd like, but don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. We'd like to accompany you all the same. What is the meaning of this? When we got into Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach. It was going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. To be continued. It melted, most likely. Whoa, went deep on that one. Sorry, Miles Zarito. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. Alright, chat. I now have to store all of our evidence from the past in a different fucking thing. Second, I gotta do this. Okay. Copy. Paste it in there. Then we delete.
I'm doing some evidence stuff, chat. Don't worry about me. I'm sorry that I'm taking so long, chat. Okay? I gotta take pictures. It's very important. As I'm sure you understand. There we go. This is why you didn't want me to pre-populate the case. Yeah, it's 2 sets of evidence, essentially. It's... That's why I have, like, so many spreadsheets to keep track of all this. So all our evidence from 2000 I have set in another, whoops. I think I accidentally copy-pasted it twice. I did. Okay, let's delete that. Okay, everything should be working now, chat, and you should see only the good evidence now. Yes. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go anywhere near that level of detail. Heh, I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Well, Karma was the one in charge, after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what the ice sculptors vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? That was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed, and the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is, Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display, 18 years after that faithful day. The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be that they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see, just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then! Let's go take a look at these icy marvels, shall we, kiddo? Oh, they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it! It's locked! The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? I think you're going into the Autumn Wing there. Fender, perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. It is? Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Ugh, I see they're keeping it chilly as heck in here, these rooms. About to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the winter wing, you know. But you're right. It's like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there if memory serves. If memory serves. You missed it. Why is Edgeworth here now? We're back in present day, Zoldo. And that means we don't have all our evidence because we're in present day again. So essentially, in the past, they went into the victim's room and the ice sculptures melted. Oh, because Fender took him here. Yeah, Fender took him here to tell him about the story because he wants to investigate it more. Because apparently this Zodiac museum that they have has the ice sculptures that melted in the past. I'm thinking a complaint to the management is order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? Alright, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around and take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. Put it on his grave so we can have a gander. Of course. So how about this? I scream out, oh no, this must be the work of that villain Mask! Yeah, and then I go, that's me! I'm the legendary Mask Mask! Yeah, and then, no, say that and you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie! You've got to take this more seriously, otherwise how are we going to get this to market to sell? What exactly are these two plotting? A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing at an art gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad, she just quit the industry. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? There are two large ice statues on display here. Yes, these are the remakes of the Frost's work from 18 years back. No, that's the original Mask that showed up in Trials and Tribulations. A small little cameo. Don't worry too much about it. It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead. So many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, Milester. Would you mind looking this way a sec? This way? Beautiful, yeah, just like that. Fender, really? Say cheese! Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy, my bad. I had to check if this whole thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yup, vintage model. You ever hear of an instant camera? It develops the picture right after you take the shot. Still twist my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Woo! I should have been a paparazzo! These are gold and they develop right away. Wanna see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac, question! What do these two sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, the two constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo! He shoots, he scores! Ooh, you're a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the winter wing, right? Because they have the winter star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nice old rogue on the block, this one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. Winter wing photo data jotted down in my organizer. Let's get this picture into the evidence for you, baby. Dunskies. Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos, though. But these are the spit of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me. Yup, think Gregory would have wanted you to see him too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heart-wrenching occasion. Absolutely not. Jesus Christ, there's so many bots today, man. Thankfully, Twitch is doing a better job at hiding them from viewers, but like, there's just so many. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It is illuminating the diagram of the zodiacs just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in the Winter Wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the Summer Wing too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a summer day? Then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. It's a statue of rather ferocious-looking bull, not a gaze one would want to be fixed with. Then I was always taught to return a stare with a stare. Although, in this case, discretion might be the better part of valor. It's incredible to think that such lifelike sculptures can be made from flavored ice alone. The skill required to create such works of art is almost beyond imagining. There seems to be some sort of lighting device attached to the case. If it weren't for this cordon, I could take a closer look. Leave you so Miles, stick around, dig in the sights. Might as well while we're here. It's too cold. I was thinking of setting somewhere warmer. If you want, I could lend you some of the old fender threads. Exchange for your jacket, of course. I'll be fine, thank you. James will have to stick it out a little longer. Miles Rubino, mind if I ask you something? Of course, assuming it's something I can help with. I was wondering, do you think we're allowed to take pics in here? Well, you didn't check? Well, I don't see any signs and we weren't told not to, so I suppose it's probably okay. Good, because even if it wasn't, I was planning to grab my shots anyway. Gregory always wanted to see the place, and what Gregory wants, Gregory gets. My father, what would he have noticed if he were here? Perhaps if he had the chance to see it, that trial might have... No, what's happened, happened. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explorer text engraved into it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then Damask needs to... Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, or with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Tartarus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Huh. Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh, Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it is at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang, this thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Howie! That's colder than a snowman's cold bits! I'm gonna freeze to death in here! Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. Ah! What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. First of all, it's him. It's him. Let's not talk about that. Second of all, it's him. There's someone on the ground. And is that... Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy! You should have seen it. It was awful. Just calm down and tell me there's an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything. He just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Is everything all right? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, this smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. Happened with Edgeworth visits. Is it a coincidence though, Zoldo? Is it a coincidence? Is it? I mean, there is a reason that Mr. Fender is here with Edgeworth after all. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out cold and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedic said there was no sign of external injury, that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. Couldn't help noticing it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 incident thing went down. The confectioner? So he was here 18 years ago too. Any hoozles, the guy here seems like he's in a rude health. Old pal of yours, Miles Cerrito? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Aren't you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Laurice Denuxium when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got at? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Laurice Denuxium. I still don't know how to pronounce that last name, so I'm just not going to. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa, grade school buddies! I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you'd never click with anybody. You hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Laurice, Edgy! How many times do I have to tell you it's Laurice? What? are you doing here? What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll taunt and stop looking at me like that. Good. Now talk. You want to know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a day here with Lulu soon, so I thought I better scope the place out. He's got another girl, chat. He's got another fucking girl. Oh my fucking god, Larry. He's got another fucking... Oh, I'm gonna fucking end it with this man. So, not actually for your art at all. Maurice, my man! An artist and a romantic! You have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure. It's nice to have someone take an interest for once. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Lauricio. Did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you've seen something awful? Oh, that! The old guy, he just appeared and then splat. He was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. For once, I've had nothing to do with it. Oh my gosh, Larry. Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes! Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I don't think it is, Bakiri. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful, and on our first day in business. Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait. I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory. Really? You're Miles Edgeworth's... You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well... Isn't this fabulous? That man's great son, here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're good at voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? Rude! You know Shuichi is, right? Come on, Milester, you don't keep up with the showbiz news or something? Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. It's not just TV. Movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. Finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. Ah, you and me's are peas in a pod, Laurice. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You didn't come all the way to an art gallery after all. It'd be a shame to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor! I guess you even have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy, seeing as you're so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. He's a real live wire, that one. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusso. A
call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Delicious Scone. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have! Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a coinky-dink. Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea? Drop of the old Judy-bound special blend? Why not? For old time's sake. That would be lovely. Thank you. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I better go and explain things to the other visitors. You go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. A top quality Ceylon, indeed. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jews cooled the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case, all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes, it almost feels like as if an investigation is in order. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you're all right! Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender! We heard you guys got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could. Well, if it isn't the cavalry. Come on, team, bring it in. No way. Besides, you're both doing just fine. Company and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing. Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking, bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all. She wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ. Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous. All right, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy. No way, Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him. But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir. Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Yes, first up, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal? Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal? That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinklers played the place good. Maybe what stopped the gas from spreading? The sprinklers. Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir, and the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they set an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas and smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time, since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yep, means they can be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want to set the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. If it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. And one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing. So the autumn wing is cold too.
I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? That's about all I've got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. What did Gummy have to say? He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. Huh? I don't get it. I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh yeah, there is one guy. Miles' best bud. His what? Ugh, we have to. And I guess we have to. Wait, that's... Hey, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right? So here's the deal, Kay. I'm Laurice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Laurice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. That's short. I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy, that doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief. You didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I better find out what he did this time. Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, and you can't prove otherwise. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Mind chest, commence. Why are you here? What exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? That's exactly what I think. Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'm gonna scribble all over it. They're all just scribbles to begin with. I'm gonna bide my time. I'm joking, okay? I never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree. Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. And those people lack an eye for aesthetics, not by my time. She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if you like something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all. And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? What, a guy can't be a part of his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know. Why not come here together? That doesn't make sense. Fine. Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date. And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But, you know, it's being her side and all. I just thought that maybe she might kind of like it. Huh. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu. What? How did you figure that out? From your incessant prattling. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Fine, then I won't say another word. Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I have my answers, one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived at the gallery. We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here. What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember! I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what I was wearing. I just tried to dog around by the fountain. You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? Huh? You mean entry it's not free to get in here? Oh my god, Larry. Oh my god. You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I thought entry must be free. She wasn't at the reception desk. You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time. Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was speedily responding to the incident. And right after she finally got the place open for business too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now. You know a lot about the Winter Wing. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? How did you get me again? Fine, you're right, I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. Larry's not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. I'm done with you. Go home. No. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you, I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but it kind of changed my mind once I got here. So I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. I want to learn more here. I'll need a clue of some kind. Better try another approach for now. Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You tried to get in, but you couldn't? Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but... That old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you? Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door, then down he went. But wasn't it the Autumn Wing the victim came out of? If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of those statues. It could be a useful clue. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse? Well, I didn't not see something. But that doesn't prove I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? You saw something totally terrifying.
Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I'll put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did, in fact, see something totally terrifying. Yeah! How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point in trying to keep it a secret any longer. I'm not sure that there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. Fucking Larry, man. Checkmate. I couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it. You kept talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. Well, chat, what's the evidence to present here? Not too complicated. There's only 4 pieces here. Sorry, I'm just looking at this myself. Bakiri says the map. Don't see anyone else talking right now. So I'm probably gonna do what Bakiri says. You're gonna agree with it?
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Does that make sense? Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the 2 people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? I drew a picture of it all, got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not confident in my work, so, well, I want to see. Really? Alright, here. What on earth? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood? I have to say, Lurice, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad, I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly the fish! That's what I mean! A goddess with a fishy bottom half. Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all but based on the legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just 2 plain old fish. Edgy, do you think that the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood? Turning into a fish? That's a pretty cursed shit right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Pisces statue sketch jotted down in my organizer. That's pretty fucked up though, ain't it? The plot does indeed thicken, chat. Huh. I simply thought that I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. You're the worst, Edgy. The worst. Kind of freaky dealy though, huh? A statue with a bottom half that changes shape? I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the autumn wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. Good detective has such impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue. You're going in there, Kay? Then maybe I should come along too. You really think I was going to leave you out of here on your own? I know better than that. All right, everybody, to the autumn wing. Here we are at last, and it really does look a lot like the winter wing. But it's not the same, huh? Glad you could make it. Oh, hi there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see ya, Harry. No, for the last time. The name's Laurice Uxium. I'm not pronouncing that. Detective, your report, if you don't mind. Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Somebody used it to heat something? I used blowtorch. Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? The Pisces statue! Huh? You're sure up in your constellations, sir. You know what the one in the other case is too? This is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's draped around it kind of tripped me up. Is that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's it doing here? Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident, too. Taking a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases, too. Yeah, and that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad. Sure, let me whip them up all right out for you. Wow, they're beautiful. So the transformation Larry witnessed, could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away? See, Edgy, see? I wasn't imagining things, and I wasn't mistaken. Listen, Master, I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that someone deliberately tried to make this room look just like the winter wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in such a way as to make them look similar. With a cloth over the bottom half,
The Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half up and he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here. Wouldn't you, Fender? Mr. Winner and Judge Cavell? What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. You know, she's got kind of a point. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you. You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. It was? Well then, you know that means Detective Flatfoot? Oh, you mean... Exactly. Your, salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to your payday now. Always wanted to say that. Man, getting a wage cut from you, of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winter. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and a bystander. Detective Gumshoe was entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? You're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I'm saying at all. Come on, let him have a break. Give him the bonus. He deserves it. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed grounds of this scene. What? But we only just got here! The goddess of justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace, and Eustace alone. By which you mean, this is Mr. Winter's case. That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything. What did you say? A suspect? Already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Huh? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Unsurprising that your lack of attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy? Wow, he's totally shameless. Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from. And? Where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name right now, though. Wait there a second, let me call it real quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why let him make the call if you know the answer? The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquinum and asphyxion. What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquinum is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it's entirely benign. So it's something anyone could get their hands on. Precisely. But the same cannot be said for asphyxion. That does sound nasty. What's it used for? Hi, Sazerac! How are you doing today? It's been a bit. You been good?
And yes, I think we are doing the mustard gas combo, potentially. You've been holding? That's good to hear.
It's the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color, and it is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from.
Poison gas ingredients added to my fucking evidence. I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now.
Don't waste your breath. Judge Cavell informed us already.
Great! That'll make this quicker then. So the source of the gas, ubiquitous, is used to paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist.
That's your only
You can't accuse me just because of that. Bakiri, it's Ace Attorney version of mustard gas. It's... Objection to the paints on the palette in your hand. Edgy? Is this looking okay? He seems a little...
Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions.
Hey, you've been talking about me like I'm not even here.
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you. Nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions?
Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers.
Winner's winning deduction.
Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquitous, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was the one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Cavell? You think so too, right?
It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps?
Think I might have left my heart there, you know, and you might have picked it up.
I would be careful what you say to me.
Larry, please don't hit on Cavell.
My gavel is always primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl out of here with your tails between your legs, because I win.
Huh. I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice.
Sorry, chat. My throat is dying a little bit from doing these voices. I need to refill my water. I'll be right back.
All right, I've returned. Let's do some deducting. I've got water, but my throat is still dying. I don't know how much longer we'll go. I want to get a significant way through this case so that I could beat this case and potentially case 4 tomorrow. Because case 4 is shorter than this case. So that's good. That doesn't mean it's, like, short, but it's shorter. Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was clearly... I think I was doing Larry voice for a second there. Anyway. He's carrying the paint on his person, and he was the one winning stride away from the victim. Which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener. And we also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, he even phoned the other guy and he still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's a waste of all of our time. Yes, this is chapter 3, MRL. Now let's do some holding it. I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character.
Objection!
First to admit? Are you trying to beat me to it? But you can't, because I'm the winner. I'm the first rate. Always. Huh? I'm a first-rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't think you need to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. No, I do not I don't know anything about cars. Don't ask me those questions. I'm literally the last person you should ask. But my opinion is, don't get them.
Hold it!
We do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right, which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you? He was carrying paint on his person, and he was once winning stride away from the victim.
Hold it!
It is by no means certain that the paint was the source of the poison gas. Ha! Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either. Was that supposed to sound clever? Coffee, Mr. Edward speaking, isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. Huh. You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he had paint, and he was closest to the victim. Which surely makes him winner on our list of suspects.
Hold it!
That's really all you're basing your suspicion of Mr. Butts on? What, you have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Pull up or shut it. He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is. So let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. Alright, chat. What's the answer?
Hold it!
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to press that. Now, give me a second. I'm kind of just reading the evidence myself because I want to make sure I know what it is as well.
Alright, what's the answer, chat? It's time for your deductions, chat. Can you deduce the answer? You deduce that you are the confused? Okay, you can't let this guy's testimony break you. It's Eustace. Of all people, you cannot let that happen. What's the next statement? He was carrying pain on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim. Consider entering a room that contains Eustace without context. What? You just been away for a while and returned to Eustace shenanigans? You're drawing? Well, maybe you should stop drawing and start thinking. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Come on. If you want a hint, this is what I'm about to become. That's statement number 2. This is what Wario wants to do. Do we confirm? One more person needs to confirm it.
Objection!
Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree that I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did, and it was created by the artist guy. With the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice, one prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. Emerald, we don't want to talk. I don't think anyone has any opinion on that. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxium. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. It wouldn't? I thought they said that the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium. May the goddess of justice have mercy on the pain that I am about to inflict on this individual. You're telling me all this was based on mishearing the forensic report? The gas has already done its work by the time Mr. Butts had found the victim.
Yeah, Steve, I was hoping someone would notice that. But yeah, his hair does that, and it's funny.
Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about.
May the goddess of justice turn a blind eye on what must happen next to this man.
My aptitude? What does that even mean?
You literally used the word 5 minutes ago.
It means one's ability, or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I'm doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing. And secondly, that you cannot prove that the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium with white asphyxilon. How exactly were the two substitutes introduced to one another? Surely we would need to figure that out before anything else. Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating, had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying that you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you. It could certainly point you towards a vital clue as to how it was done. He is bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Yabel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself in even further into a corner. If you are sure. Come on then, show me what you've got. What shows how the gas was created, huh? Chat. When the red ubiquium and the pure white asphyxion were mixed together, what evidence do we have that shows how that could have been created? What about that red and white thing? We're not presenting the prosecutor's badge. Present poison grass ingredients. Maybe check through the evidence again. Maybe a little closely. You might find something interesting. Wario wants to present the sketch, and Stevish has mentioned the sketch as well. He does one more white, one more yes confirmation, and we go for it. We have two confirmations right now. For the interest of time, I'm just gonna go for it, and if it doesn't work, you guys can think again.
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas?
Huh. That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing.
Well, they do say I have a good eye.
The red tears Mr. Butts saw. That was the ubiquium.
But, wait a second. You're saying the statue cried that stuff out? What, so our culprit's some kind of evil spirit?
How much time am I going to have to waste taking him through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something else inside that case.
What? What evidence do you have that's what happened?
The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids had mixed together.
What are we clicking on, chat?
Take that!
There's a lot of people who are saying it. Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed.
Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxion?
We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white?
Don't treat me like a dum-dum, Edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white makes pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks.
Hold it!
That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner?
I think I do. Ubiquium is red, asphyxion is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is.
I'm doing the thing that Eustace is doing. Oh wait, he has two fingers out. One second. Trying my best. Tracker's being dumb. Okay, I can't do it. I need the better tracker. When I get enough money, I'll do it. Yes, very good. We got there in the end.
Yes! Interesting.
I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility. Nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you were attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How could we possibly hope to rely on its veracity?
Hey, I drew exactly everything as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth.
Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion.
Ooh, she's a cold one, but I like it.
You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth, especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How could you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss.
Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that.
Mr. Gusto, he's still unconscious and in critical condition.
He is?
Oh.
Why is the judge investigating a crime scene? She hangs out with Eustace. We don't know why yet. But
I'm gonna give you a little spoiler, chat. There is, in fact, a reason. Do you want to know what the reason is? Find out later.
Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of the area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify.
I'm sorry, but Larry's been called to testify countless times.
Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist?
If you could just hold the pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen.
I am Justice Verily Javel. Now be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets,
I can't talk. Whatever, moving on. Oh, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurice Dexium, but you can call me Laurice.
If you could stop wasting the court's time, mister.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's just, there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out.
It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was locked as the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection! Well, as it happens, I can back our pal up here on that.
Ugh.
Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said. It was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Miles Zarito?
It is. I distinctly remember how it went.
So, Winterwing. Larry doesn't fucking care. He's a fucking idiot. I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winterwing's off limits? What gives?
Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time? The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Searching for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see. And I suppose we'll have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy.
I don't care about computer products as much as you do, MRL. I just don't have the money to buy every single computer prop thing, you know? Well, I could, but it would be a stupid financial decision. I don't need them.
Well, Judge Cavell, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark?
What are you talking about? I just needed some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions.
Yeah, I don't care. It's probably overpriced. You know, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Deduxium, you may step down from the stand.
Huh? Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please.
Overruled. I don't care, MRL. I have an office chair and I sit in it. I don't need another chair.
Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it.
Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist Delicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where a such thing may be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure. Oh, I really don't care, MRL. I still don't care.
My winning! Of course, Gavel. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay?
Sure. Is it possible? Could Judge Gavel have suspected Miss Scone from the start? Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh? What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gavel? To be continued. Alright, it's starting to get pretty late, but I do want to get maybe potentially a little farther into this case before I stop, because once again, I do need to beat this game by the, That seems really stupid, MRL. I'm not gonna lie. That seems really dumb. That seems really dumb. I mean, hey, if you want it, go for it. It just seems like it's not worth it to me.
Okay, I think we can do one more part. We'll do one more part, and then that'll be a good time to end. Because from what I can see, there's something that's good to use as a potential process, no promise. As a potential thing that could be like a zinger to end on, to make you excited to jump into tomorrow when we get back into this. They sure are taking their time. I thought it was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. You gotta beat this by the 11th? Yep, because that is when Metaphor ReFantasio comes out. Don't worry, we should have enough time. This is the 3rd case out of 5. So, and I'm planning to do another super long stream tomorrow. Plus, I'll have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and potentially Monday too. So, as long as we get, like, if we get started on case 4 tomorrow, no doubt in my mind we'll be able to beat it. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Delicia Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Delicia Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares that a pharmacist can offer, at your service. She doesn't look a day older. It's been 18 years. She's a vampire. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. All right, Winnie Pooh, whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miley Smileys. Misley Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Oh, Craggly Peg Legs boy, all grown up anew. Makes me feel my age, why don't you? I wonder just how old she is. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me from visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh, yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw just together any medicine you like. It really helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him in there than losing vital minutes taking him to the hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. And you do know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. I don't care, MRL. I already said that. Stop trying to advertise products in my chat. You look like you got paid to fucking sell it. It's like... Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure? Oh yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. Wow, so the old dog really went to Sang Fei and upped his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand. Mrs. Scone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Yes it is, Bakiri. Yes it is. Judy's 34 now. This guy's 54. Of course, dear. You use it to get rid of you-know-whats. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. Might I ask what you mean by you-know-whats?
Those little blighters that frighten the life out of the poor innocent ladies like you're truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them. To be fair, she's definitely older, the girl. She's the same age as Chun-Li. Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxion and ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes? It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. The poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. He certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxion's more watery, and it's white in color. That will do. Thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Probably shouldn't have said that. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully, terribly dangerous. You could buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone, very interesting indeed. I think this tells us all we need to know. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she had some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report? Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top. Huh? That's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it. We're lucky to have escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium. Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. There's ubiquium stuck to it. It should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least, Mr. Thief might. Heh, you guys are not desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy, but whatever. Anything for the truth. Before you get too carried away, the Goddess of Justice has no need for your help. We will find the truth ourselves. Youch! Why so frosty, Judge Sheep? Your baby prosecutor just gave up the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Ooh, wait, don't tell me. The committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you could prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. You heard the lady, Smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? Chat? Your imagination is currently saying gusto. Important distinction. We're talking about releasing it. I've seen 3 people say Gusto, so...
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case.
Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well. I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed. Immediately.
Understood. Even Mr. Gusto did open the case. We still have no idea why. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. On it! Don't scare me like that! So this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside on the top part of the case. Yeah, which is why it's keeping that lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there on Pisces. And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outer-facing side of the glass suffered any damage. I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner-facing side. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer-facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold makes me think of something the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks make me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass on the outside will cause it to crack. Huh, well I appreciate the science lesson, but why is all heat cracked in the first place? Why indeed? A heat-cracked glass lid, lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Miles Areno. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? But you didn't even give me a chance to figure it out first! It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers! How did Mr. Gusto open the case? With the prosecutor's badge, of course.
Take that!
The blowtorch shows signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. You'll beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try to tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. It was Edward making it so hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Window can follow along too? Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes. Mr. Gusto was alone in the Autumn Wing. And while he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. And? As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the fixion that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room, where he collapsed.
So he opened the case and out came the gas, huh?
It seems we got there in the end. One second, my tracker seems to be off. 1 second.
Why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place?
I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. Ooh. Bender might be onto something, chat. You remember, right? I thought this is where the winter wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, didn't it, my little Eddie Thumpkin? I was ever so confused. What was it being where Chillywink's room was all those years ago? There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. It wouldn't be all 6s and 7s, eh? Did everyone involved in the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winter, I suppose.
Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer!
The answer to what exactly?
The man was going to end it all! A dramatic exit stage left. Sorts of artsy-fartsy farewell.
Have you been listening at all this whole time?
At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on.
Perhaps I could explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative.
MRL, you're just saying, like, there's literally nothing there for me to reply to. I don't know what you want me to say. Winners? Sure, thanks, Gavel.
Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional.
Oh, he's stupid. For real, for real. Yes, he is.
In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot.
What is it now?
I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me.
That's nothing to brag about, you know?
Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. Eek! How could you say that?
I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Mr. Scone. Your profession is one of dedicated to saving lives, and you use your expertise to try to take one.
I beg your pudding? How dare you? I did no such thing. You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious' pharmacist license. And it says right here that she's authorized to handle Investicide Ultra.
A product that we have established contains Amphixion, one of the ingredients of our poison gas.
Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of Investicide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you and Mr. Bao took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, huh?
No!
There was only one person on the premise licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building, an ample opportunity to prepare your trap.
No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me.
Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
That's not it. And that's not it.
That cloth looks familiar.
Aha, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look.
And what is this?
There's something written on it, I think.
April 1st. Complaint filed. Offense, theft. Items stolen. Infesticide Ultra. 1 bottle.
It's a crime report relating to a theft. Oh, what?
Damn, she pulled out the receipts.
See, you silly billies. I told you someone pinched it off me a week ago, no less.
By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today.
That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know? And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but well, I forgot my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff.
I see. But why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you?
Like I said, just in case, you never know when one of them might appear.
You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them?
You could just roll up a newspaper and whack, one and done.
Psst, Gavel, what do I do now?
Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story, after all. She may be lying to us.
Good idea. All right, I'm gonna go give a precinct a call. Don't go anywhere.
So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed, if she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her.
So who do you think did it, Smiles?
Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and the means to prepare. 2 factors which point to one very specific person.
Oh yeah? And who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy.
Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room to look like another?
This is a test, chat. Have you been paying attention? You should know the answer if you've been paying attention. Steveish is saying Judy Bound. Steveish says us to try Gusto first, though. So you agree with Eustace's suicide attempt? This is just all the profiles. See what AFK, so you have no idea? Skill issue, to be honest. Gusto's the one who got poisoned, just as a reminder. So if he set it up, then that means you're saying that he poisoned himself. Not that I'm saying that's wrong, but just want to make sure that you know what you're trying to say here.
Take that!
This person. Probably. Don't worry, champ. We all get a little sleepy on the job sometimes. Hey, I know what might wake you up. Embarrassing childhood story time. You were in, second grade, I think, and you were all tired and groggy, just like you are now, and that's quite enough. I'm wide awake now. Thank you very much. Aw, come on. I wanted to hear the rest. You don't get why he tried melting it? He was opening the case.
The case was sealed and he used that to open the case, JP. That was already established. He used the blowtorch to open the case. Why? We don't know. We just know that that's how he opened it. Why he was trying to open it and get at it, that we don't know yet. Only one person fits the bill here.
Take that!
Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Woo! Nice shooting, Miles Reno. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged, which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean, we're only just getting started. Oh? Then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then? And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace. Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly? Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Gavel, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you, if you don't mind. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy. Oh my god, this guy. You spoiled little. Ugh, he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Ah! God, it's a body! What on earth? Order! Order in the court! Somebody call forensics! Bad news, sir. Real bad news. Order! I will have order, detective! The ice sculptures of the Winter Wing! They're all melted! What? Did? Huh? Say? What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice melted again. Again? This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky-dink. You're with me, right, Miles, you know? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. To be continued. We're going back to Edgeworth's side of the story. Now you have to swap the evidence again? You fucking bet I do. This fucking case, man. This is I told you this case is awesome. I did not lie to you, chat. This is a phenomenal case. Just overall, it's got great mysteries, great story, great motivations behind it. It's got like really cool. It's just such a good fucking case. This is one of the best Ace Attorney cases, in my opinion. It's up there as one of the best. I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's up there. What time are you starting tomorrow? 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, same as today.
But yeah, I think this is an excellent hook to end on, right? Like, this is like obviously it's the perfect, like, oh fuck, tune in tomorrow. Well, the VOD will be there, Steve-ish. So this is like the perfect ending, I think. This is the perfect, oh shit, what the fuck's going on to end on. All right, but first, let me switch the evidence over. Thankfully, I'm a very smart individual, and I went about this very intelligently. Now watch as the evidence magically switches over in a heartbeat. Well, bam. Now refresh the page and you'll see Gregory Edgeworth's evidence. Which we'll get to next time. But no, this case rules. This case fucking rules. Alright, chat. That's it for now, though. Yeah, this is great, but I kind of want to end the stream now. But it's not letting me go to the menu. So, we're just going to go to here. And you can listen to the sad music. You just got here? Well, the VOD's there, Jack. You'll get caught up in the case and join in at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Go catch up on the case details and help us out and solve the case tomorrow. Will this replay next time? Oh, yeah, no. I'm going to start from my save file next time. I'm just going to end the stream here. So, yes, I'll replay this for next time. Don't worry. Let me see who's live right now to throw you guys at, if anybody. Oh, Mars is live. And so, actually, you know, who is this person playing? I might raid them because they're new. And there's somebody that I do know. Oh, they're playing Minecraft. You know what? We'll raid them anyway. It's someone named Sobi. I know them through Enkoi. They seem fun. So go say hi to them. And there's someone new, which is something I've been looking for. So go enjoy their presence. I think they're pretty neat. Actually, wait. I just realized... Maybe there's a different person we should raid. Oh, no, they're not. Never mind. No, we'll raid someone new. Yes, I'm raiding a new person. Alright, everybody. I'm going to go and sleep because it's like 10:38 p.m. We're going to finish this case tomorrow and start case 4. That's the plan. Alright, everybody. I will see you all then. 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard. Just remember that, okay? Have a good one, everybody. Have a good one. Enjoy life. Enjoy everything. I'm going to go do things and stuff and experiences and the joy of love, life, the universe, and sleep. Take care.